What's going on, you guys? Welcome to the podcast. My name is Samino, and this is Beneath the Nexus. So what's this podcast about? Basically, Beneath the Nexus talks about all the little things in the world. You know, regardless of what demographic or industry we're in, we only get so much information from the mainstream outlets, the news sources, social media, and word of mouth. And there's all these little things that people miss, and it gives this false perception of the industry or topic that we're going to be talking about. And throughout this podcast, I'm going to talk about so many different things. It really depends on who I interview. So I'm sure you heard me a second ago saying my name's Samino, and I know the first people listening to this that know me personally are like, what's up with this name? Why don't you just go by Gino? Well, for me, I just wanted to start over. I wanted to really be more in my element, and I felt like if I started under a new name, I thought that was a great way to do that. Because I feel like I really haven't had the chance to be myself. So yeah, that's the story with that. When I initially announced that I was making this podcast, it was in November of 2022, which, oh man, I can't believe it was already been that long. But I announced it in November 2022, and then I recorded 4 episodes in early 2023 from January to April. And then by when I recorded the 4th episode, I was dealing with so much at once that just popped up, and it was really a wake-up call for me to realize, hey, I need to get other things in my life addressed, get the roots of my problems figured out, and just overall be in a better place than I was at that time. And I know some people are thinking, blah, 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 excuses. Think about all of the celebrities, musicians, content creators that had all this baggage. They didn't deal with it. They ignored it. And then their whole career blew up later on. You know, you think if I do that or if you do that we're going to be the exceptions? Of course not. There's, you know, it's not going to happen. And I really wanted to be in the right place mentally and physically before I wanted to commit to something like this. And you know what's going to be interesting is editing all this year. It's going to be really interesting to compare with how I was back then to now. And I'll talk about more of those topics that we talk about in this episode at the end. Too, I wasn't expecting much from it. And so many people were just, like, very receptive about it. I was really shocked by it. People were just like, oh my god, this is awesome. Like, can I be on the episode? And so I was really shuffling through my head thinking, like, okay, who should be the first person to interview? And I really thought it was a no-brainer to pick Mike Kurtz. So I know a lot of you guys don't know who he is, unless you've known me for a while, but Mike Kurtz is someone that, Mike Kurtz was really someone that has a lot of charisma. He's really funny, and he's had an interesting life path, and I thought this was a good way to start things off. Like me, Mike Kurtz went to the Art Institute, but he went to the Art Institute of Pittsburgh in the early 90s, where I went to the Art Institute of Phoenix in the early 2010s. And so we talked a lot about what life was like for him at the Art Institute of Pittsburgh versus my time at the Art Institute of Phoenix. We've talked a lot about a lot of different stuff, from the video products that we've done and the music that we've done. Talked about his band Burgundy Jurk and his journey through that. He also has started his own video production and graphic design company. Talk about the progress from that. And then we also talked about the recent company he started with his wife, teaching a plethora of different medical stuff. Overall, the podcast episode was really enjoyable. And I think this was a great way to not only talk about his life, have a good personality to start things off, but also I talk about some of my past, so you guys get to know the start of me and who I am and what I want to be about. So yeah, with that being said, welcome to Beneath the Nexus. Hope you guys enjoy the show. Oh, also, one more thing before we begin. These episodes are going to be long. And that's because I want the conversation to feel very organic. I don't want it to feel rushed and I have to cut people off, with a conversation and everything. I wanted things to feel natural and organic. So I know that may be too much for some people. So in the description, I do have the time codes labeled for each topic throughout the entire episode, and I will continue to do that. So that way, if there's certain sections you'd want to watch or you got a low attention span, you can still enjoy it without me having to limit things on my end. So, anyways, thank you for taking your time out to give my podcast a chance. Hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you towards the end. This mic, I think, is just really good. I initially heard about this mic from,
These one?
No, actually, I heard about it at the Art Institute. I remember I was looking up, solid mics to use, in case I wanted to record for, video production or, anything like that. I was just saying, is there any good affordable ones out there? And one of the top ones that was recommended was the Blue Yeti. Of course, I didn't have the money at the time, and so I never got it. And so, for the heck of it, this past Christmas, it was on my wish list. My aunt got it, and yeah. And then also, over the years, I've known people who have used those Vocaloid synthesizer type stuff, and they use the Blue Yeti for that. So it's so crazy how that stuff works.
Mm-hmm.
It just takes your voice and then mimics it. Have you been hearing any of those AI mimicking singers and then they cover another song?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Which ones have you heard?
I don't know. Cause I was just fucking around with it the one day and listening to different samples.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the one I've had in my head a lot, there was this cover of Billie Jean sang by an AI Rick Astley.
I know, I heard a different one by Rick Astley.
Yeah, there's a lot of Rick Astley ones. There's one, I heard him sing Japanese on one. There was what was another? So, All-Star by Smash Mouth. That was funny to hear with his voice. There's also
I saw the AI that translated Smash Mouth into another language and then translated it back. That was pretty funny.
Oh, I bet. Oh man, that's really great.
Are you recording this yet?
Yeah, no, I've been recording.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, ever since we started this topic, I was like, nope, I'm recording now. So
I'm some random guy that nobody knows.
Well, I mean, are you surprised that you're the first person I asked to be put on this? Or are you kind of no, I saw this coming?
No, I'm not surprised at all because all of your other friends are undependable.
Facts. Yeah, well, I mean, the ones that you've known, the ones that...
or even the ones I do know. The ones I know now.
Well, I mean, you haven't met the ones that,
Yes, I do.
Well, I mean, besides Matt...
Matt. Look at that guy. What's he doing now?
No,
Matt's a good guy. I'm kidding, Matt. I'm kidding. It's a good thing he hasn't said my name yet. Because then you don't know who to get mad at.
Right.
So what are the rules, Gino? What are the rules that we're allowed to do on your show? Are we allowed to say filthy words?
At the moment, I do not mind. I kind of want to go as I go forward because I feel like I feel like if I don't, in my head, it'll be okay, I want to go this way, and I know that's not going to happen that way. So I kind of want to go as I go through.
Right. If you change your mind, you can just censor me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So if I do something say, genitals, you can censor that out later.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, honestly, the reason why I asked you, honestly, I was really going back and forth because when I mentioned about I'm making this podcast, the amount of positive reception was about 4 times more than I was actually expecting
4 times more.
Yeah, and it's like I had
That's better than 3 times more.
Yeah. And like I've even had people message me when I made that announcement about it, like, hey, you should put me on your podcast. And then there's other people I knew that I think are really talented and have a decent followings, but it was more so that they deserve more attention. And I mentioned this to them and they're like, yeah, I'm totally interested. And I know there's people I know remotely that I know we're interested too. I'm like, okay, I want to first go to the people I know I can interact with in person. So then that way, I can, because I need to learn how to use Zoom in those fashions, because usually I just use those apps for like appointments and stuff, not for screen recordings and things like that. So I'd rather like, start people in person and go from there and just know people all over the place. But yeah, the reason why I asked you is, honestly, at first I was just going back and forth because all these people were asking. I was like, oh, who should I go first? Who would be the right person? And I was just thinking, I want someone that has personality, someone I've known the longest, or for a good while, rather.
Right. But that person was busy, so you picked me.
No. I honestly thought of you first because you've been...
Get out. You go on.
I mean, like, you're one of the most loyal friends I've had, and that has been around for a long time.
Well, to your face.
Exactly.
I'm loyal to your face.
Exactly.
Behind your back, I say terrible things. I have a whole Facebook page dedicated to just let's talk shit on Gino. It's a whole Facebook group. Look it up. Do a search.
Honestly, I'm surprised that hasn't happened yet.
No.
With how I've been in my 20s, I'm surprised.
Yeah. Thankfully, neither of us are in our 20s anymore.
Yeah.
We're back to being teenagers.
Right. Let's begin with... So, I think the one thing that was really interesting about you is the fact that you were born and raised in Pittsburgh.
That's the most interesting thing about me?
That's definitely not the most interesting thing, but to start this out with... it's definitely something that caught my interest early on when I first met you because, my mom and her family were born and raised in Pittsburgh as well. What part of Pittsburgh were you raised in?
I grew up in Baldwin Whitehall, and then I lived in Brookline for a while.
Okay. Now, I know my mom was more towards the McKeesport area.
Yes.
How close is that to each other?
It's about 20 minutes away.
Okay.
So if you follow the river, follow it for about 20 minutes. It's like it takes 2 main roads to get there. For anyone who doesn't live in the city, there's like 500 side roads to connect those 2 main roads. It is horrible to drive in.
Yeah, I can imagine driving there is really intense because it's just so hilly everywhere, and I'm like I don't get how people can drive there in the winter with it being icy too. Like if people in Arizona drove there, people would be falling off cliffs like every day.
Yeah, there were several times I just had to park my car somewhere and walk home because the snow. And I mean, that's why I left. I couldn't take the snow.
Okay.
I'm not good with cold, but the snow was awful.
Yeah,
hated it.
I bet. Besides that, what was it like growing up in Pittsburgh? Did you enjoy it otherwise, minus the weather and the driving?
I wasn't a Pittsburgh person, right? Like every city you go to, they have, like you go to Boston, like it's like there's a Boston personality. You go to Chicago, there's a Chicago personality, right?
Yeah.
LA, there's an LA personality.
So
and Pittsburgh obviously had its own personality, and I did not fit in, so I was kind of a loner, you know what I mean? I had friends, but I didn't have a ton of them. And honestly, I don't know. I didn't have fun there. Especially because half the time I was holed up in the house because of the weather.
So, how long were you there before you ended up moving to Arizona?
32 years.
Okay. So what year did you move to Arizona?
2008. Not long before I met you.
Yeah, because for me it was 2005, and I think the city thing is so spot on because, as someone who's lived in 4 states before Arizona, and to people listening that don't know, I was born in Tampa, Florida. I lived there for 6 years, And then I moved to Chesapeake, Virginia for 3. Then moved to Vegas for 1. Then moved to Raleigh, North Carolina for 3. And then I moved to Scottsdale, Arizona in 2005. Lived there till I graduated high school. Moved to Phoenix, lived in 3 different places during my college years. And then a few months after I graduated college, I then moved to Glendale for a bit. That didn't pan out as well as I wanted. Lived in Maricopa, Arizona for about 5 years, and then as of late I moved back to Scottsdale. So, in case anyone's wondering, but to go to the topic of each city has its own thing. Like, a lot of people are always like, "Oh, it's the same everywhere. Like, this is the same everywhere." And it's like, kind of, but like, there's been big differences with how people were. And like East Coast, I feel like people were more verbal and direct. And while that sounds like a good thing, it kind of wasn't, because people were just kind of unfiltered in a I don't care how ridiculous I sound kind of way.
Wait, you're saying that's different in other places?
Well, I mean, Arizona, it's more passive aggressive and two-faced in terms of toxic behavior in the East Coast versus toxic behavior in the West Coast.
There's some Midwest transplants that brought that passive aggressiveness.
Yeah, and it's like both. Like, if you were to ask me, like, which do I like more, I'm gonna say neither. It just was like because like the verbal, it was like, okay, well, you're not wanting to get to know me, you're just wanting to come up with a narrative of what you want of me and have no shame in expressing that. Where it's kind of like West Coast, it's the same idea, but in a two-faced kind of way. Because people are afraid of conflict. So It's kind of like it really, one isn't really better than the other.
See, this is the way I see it. This has been my experience, is people either connect or they don't. Yep. Right?
Right.
The majority of people you're not going to connect to. And I see this a lot in relationships. I think this is really interesting, where two people hook up and they're going to be in a relationship, and they get upset when it doesn't work instead of being happy that it doesn't work, right? Because you should look at it as, instead of going, okay, I found someone, they have to fulfill all my needs, they look at it and they should be looking at it going, I found someone, will they fulfill all my needs? And I think a lot of us as human beings, we lack the self-esteem to be able to walk away because we don't think there's going to be another person right around the corner.
Right.
Right? We look at it and we go, okay, I found somebody and I need them to do the things I want, right? Whether it's emotional, physical, social, whatever it is, right? And then when it doesn't work out because that other person's like, look, I'm not happy meeting your goals, and I don't feel that you're meeting my goals. And in any other in any other form of thing, like, right, if you were buying a car, if you were shopping at a store, if you walked into the store and you were like, this store doesn't have anything that interests me, you would have zero guilt walking away.
Right.
But because it's a person, for some reason we feel all this anxiety and depression and all these things to walk away and go, you know what, you're just not right for me. Now, if you've been in a long-term relationship with that person and you're kind of going different directions, there should be pain because you should mourn the loss of that person. You should mourn, like, you'll miss that person. And it's okay to hurt from that.
Right.
But I think it's that need of, no, I have to have this person. And I think to be able to have the mindset of just go, you know what, this isn't working. It doesn't work, and it's okay for you to go this way, for me to go this way, and just not do things anymore. Like, I think that honesty would make people a lot happier in life.
Yeah, I agree. I also think people need to learn to take chances on things, because there's so many people that won't. They reserve their emotions, and the reason could be numerous things.
Right.
You know, maybe like oh, I could never date someone like that, or maybe they've had a lot of trauma in the past, and don't want to deal with that hurt again.
Trauma will mess you up, man.
Oh yeah.
Trauma rewires your whole brain. It's I don't know. I've studied it just because I'm not going to get into the boring minutiae of why I've studied it, but I know about it.
Yeah, I mean, we both went to the Art Institute. Of course we know what trauma is.
Yeah, but you and I had very different experiences at the Art Institute. Let's get into
How
this.
So? Yeah,
So
sure.
when you and I went to the Art Institute in different generations.
Yeah.
And I believe it had been sold to 2 different owners by the time you went to it from when I went to it.
Oh, that's good to know. Before you keep going on that, just so people listening know, I went to the Art Institute of Phoenix from October 2011 to June of 2016. What was the time frame for you with the Art Institute of Pittsburgh?
You're going to make me say it?
Yeah, may as well, so people know the difference.
From 1994 to 1996.
Yeah, so
I'm slightly older than Gino.
Yeah, so when you were there, EDMC was not owning.
No, I don't believe they were. I think it was, like I said, I think they bought it from someone who bought it from a company from when I went to it. So my experience with it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I'm sorry, I burped. I burped on air. Forgive me. My experience with it was a really difficult education. They beat the ever-loving hell out of me. But when I got out into the world of design, I realized everything they did is exactly the stuff that I would run into, right? Mm-hmm. They would criticize my work. They would rip it to shreds. This is terrible. How could you do this? But it prepped me for when you deal with a client who doesn't understand how hard you worked on it. And, you know, I would work with a client and they just put an X through my art and say, this sucks.
Yeah, like I had that. I've had similar things with when I was there. I think the difference between how, because that aspect of it sounds very similar to what we went to. I can't help but feel like when I went there, I feel like the teachers that were doing that with me were doing it for a toxic reason, and I think the factor of it felt like they were projecting rather than wanting to use the tough love, strict aspect to help us grow. And it's like, even though they were making it seem like that, it's just the way that they weren't treating the students equally really gave this impression that it was projection. And I think it was an issue because it's like, if you're going to be a teacher, you need to learn how to, one, not only treat your students as evenly as possible, but also know, like, okay, if they're not learning effectively when I do this, I need to understand and accommodate for when that happens, not only in terms of dealing with conflict and disconnect, but then also, you know, especially if someone has like a mental disorder, especially one that you don't see every day, you know?
Yeah, and I can't speak to the varying treatments, because obviously I didn't go to school with you, so I can't say yay or nay. Right. I can't do that. But I know with me, all of my teachers were former company owners. They had companies.
Yeah, I know that's the case with a decent amount of teachers that were at my school. I mean, like, for example, the visual effects teacher that I had that I've been a lot more positive about, he did visual effects for Star Trek The Next Generation.
Right.
You know?
Okay.
And so, like, there's I've had a conversation with him about that stuff before, and I think the thing that he realized since retiring is I remember he told me he wished he was more understanding and learned more about, you know, mental disorders and how to deal with that, because it's like most of those teachers were more than qualified as from a professional standpoint, but there was this portion that lacked the teaching experience, and I think that showed.
Really?
And I think that was a major contribution to what I think led to the Art Institute's downfall.
Well, what led to their downfall was the company that owned it was according to the things I read, was misappropriating funds.
Yeah.
And doing some other stuff, and there was a lot of stuff that they were promising that they weren't delivering
Right.
on. So, like, for example, the Art Institute of Pittsburgh, when I went, my first job was set up by them.
Okay.
The very first job that I had was set up by them.
Yeah, see, like...
And so, but I've heard that with the last company, like, nobody was getting jobs through them. I was told that the first job you get out of art school is going to be garbage. You're doing it to build up a portfolio, because if somebody... Basically, this is art that somebody paid you to make. And so they're like, you're not taking the job for the money, you're taking the job for the experience.
Right.
And they would call me and say, hey, we have a company that's recruiting through us. We want to send you on an interview. So the Art Institute of Pittsburgh sent me on 4 or 5 interviews before I got a job. And they would set it up. Like, I didn't send my resume out. They were sending it out for me and then saying, hey, this company's interested in you. We want you, we want to set up an interview. Like, what's a good time? Like, and then I would just show up to the interview. Like, I never talked to the company. And that's how I got my first job, was just they said, your interview's a Tuesday at 8 o'clock or something like that.
Yeah, and I don't have any issue with the people that were working in that department. I think the thing, though, that doesn't help is... life has evolved from the 90s in terms of the resources you can go.
That's true.
And I think a lot of the sites and stuff they were using is something that we could do ourselves. And I think they lacked the hidden nitty gritty that, like, would have been way easier to do in the 90s. Kind of like...
Yeah.
Kind of like if you released a song, you have the right network, have that chance of it being on the radio or MTV.
That's a
boom,
great analogy.
Yeah, boom, you get popular. But, like, now it's like, you could do that and people are still like, who's this person?
Yeah, but it's a great...
In others, it's not.
It's a great analogy, because before, in order to get any kind of exposure musically, took a ton of work. And now, it takes you can record it at home, whereas before you'd have to go to a studio. You can just upload it to the internet, where before you'd have to get a distributor, because you're buying cassettes and CDs and records. Like, there was no Spotify, there was no streaming, there was no Apple Music. You couldn't even buy the stuff online. You had to go to a store, and in order for the store to be willing to invest, you had to. So yeah, you're right in the sense of there was Monster.com, Career Builder. There's all those sites where you can post your resume. And yeah, I agree with you. A lot of that stuff, you're right, you could totally do yourself now and get the same amount of exposure versus in the 90s. I mean, you typed out a resume, printed it out on your computer, put it in an envelope, and mailed it off.
Exactly, yeah.
And so they, with them doing the work and them representing you, it definitely got your foot in the door, because again, those schools came with a prestige that unfortunately they lost.
Exactly, yeah, and there was an issue when the government sued them for brainwashing and overcharging, which I think for government to sue anyone for those reasons is very hypocritical.
Well, you can also get it. That's true. But you can also get into the thing of there were people saying that essentially what they were trying to do was shut down all the independent schools for the state-controlled universities. Now, again, that's the conspiracy theorist thing. If you want to buy into that, that's fine. If you don't buy into it, I'm not going to get into it because, frankly, I don't care. But, that I've heard that school of thought, which is basically they were shutting ITT and what was the other one? The Art Institute, ITT. There was another big hands-on school that did a lot of tech training.
Right.
But they shut them all down because essentially they were that. Again, that's the rumor. Don't write Gino and complain. But they were doing that because essentially they wanted to get everybody going to the state-run university.
I think the one thing that wasn't working in their favor, there was definitely a disconnect between the EDM scene, the staff at the school, the students, and the tech that was available. So, for example, I remember for this 3D modeling final I had to do for a 3D modeling class, the computers weren't fast enough. If you tried to do anything too complex, it would, start lagging and stuff.
Well, that's my experience with every computer because I'm some kind of like electronic jinx.
Right, and so like I remember when I had to record or had to export for Final in order to reach it on time, I had to use I think it was 5 computers to export different things.
Right.
In order to get it all done. For example, this computer right here, I could be able to do more advanced stuff, and
right,
because it's a refurbished MacBook Pro. But at the end of the day, I don't regret going there because it's like, even though it took it took a good few years for me to regain my confidence back in a place that was more like it was when I was in high school. I do feel accomplished being able to graduate there because of the crap I dealt with. And how all the unrealistic obstacles I was going through, and I think at the end of the day just had to put that in the mind of what I was doing going forward, so then that way I can be confident. And knowing that school has a 52% graduation rate, for someone like myself being able to get through that, I feel like that's quite an accomplishment. I think that put me into stuff that I think just wouldn't be the same if I would have went to SCC or ASU or something like that.
Well, I think part of it too is I don't know how it was for you, but in our class, when people would get frustrated and feel like, they would get upset because the teacher would be like, "No, this isn't any good. I can't believe you give this to me." Blah 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 blah. Like they would stop them and go, "Look, this is the way you're going to be talked to.
Right.
If you don't like it, this isn't the career for you."
Exactly.
Your boss is going to tell you your stuff sucks. Like, oh, this work is crap. I hate this. I want something better. Like, they don't care. Your clients are going to do the same thing.
True. Yeah.
But they stopped and explained that when we felt like they were being too harsh with us. And like, look, this is the way it's going to be. Like, there's,
Very true.
And so I think, again, if that wasn't your experience, if when you were getting frustrated, they weren't stopping what they were doing to say, look, this is the way they're going to talk to you. We're talking to you the same way so that you could prepare for it.
Right.
I think that's a major difference. That's that teacher thing that you were talking about of understanding that we're teaching you this, but we also need to explain that we're teaching you this.
Right.
Not just, well, this is the way the world works, man. Suck it up.
Yeah, and see, the teachers that I've had that were unrealistically tough, they did say those things, and they were saying, don't take it personal, things like that. But I think the issue was because of it personal.
Yeah,
I know the main teacher that I had conflicts with. He would, when he's on bit, hey, don't take this personally. Our institute was consistent in that. I think the thing that made it not consistent was, whenever we would show stuff, I think it was important to be able to stand your ground, and that's something I lacked, and I think that worked against me at the time. But what didn't help is, explaining myself, explaining the intention, and then it just being shut down. It was kind of like I had all these different opposite things I wanted to say in the backup ones, and they all just got nope, and it became, and then after that, it kind of became this. I'm better off just not saying anything, even being asked something, and they pull a power play move, and I think with that, the not treating people consistently, like the teacher I've talked about before, there'd be times I would make a mistake, and he would give me crap for it, and then someone else would do it, and he wouldn't, and he was even remotely as harsh to him. If I came in late, he'd be like, "You're late." If and then literally someone else made those exact same, didn't say that to him, and it really gave this inconsistency. And I think that was, and it's even though he said it wasn't personal, because he was always way harsher with me and specific other people. Sure. It did feel personal, and it's he could tell me all day that he wasn't, and I think just doing that and then saying, I'm a pussycat compared to other people, it's like, okay, well, if you're gonna be this unfair and biased, but you're a pussycat compared to other people, what does that mean? I'm gonna get physically, like, beaten up or something? You know, like...
No, you never had to fight a client?
Wait, what?
You said you were gonna get physically beaten up if he's a pussycat, and then you said that didn't happen, and I said...
Well, yeah, well, since he was being this harsh and he was saying he's a pussycat compared to other people, it's like, okay, well, I didn't get physically abused. I didn't be called slurs. So if he's a pussycat compared to the people, does that mean that's what the industry's gonna do to me? You know? And I was in my head. It was and luckily I've gotten over that because I realized. No, but
that would get in your head.
Yeah.
I can see that. It's intimidating.
Mm-hmm.
My experience was I went for a quarter, right? So the way the Art Institute works was they had 4 quarters. You'd go, and unlike a college, you didn't get the summers off. So you'd go a quarter of the year, a quarter of the year, a quarter of the year, a quarter of the year.
Right.
And I did 8 quarters before I graduated, and you did what, 16?
Oh, I need to think about that. But yeah, so for us it was 4 quarters as well. Spring break and fall break were 1 week breaks,
right.
And then summer break and winter break were 3-week breaks. I think from the winter break that was awesome because usually,
it's Christmas.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but also, usually like public schools they would give 1 or 2 weeks, but we got 3. But then it balanced out in a bad way with summer break only being 3 weeks instead of 3 months.
Yeah, but so what's interesting is the first quarter I went, I had the same experience you did, right? And I had my butt handed to me.
Yeah.
And so I said to myself, I'm not ready for this, right? And I graduated from high school early, so I started Art Institute when I was 17 years old.
Interesting. Okay.
And I said to myself, I'm not ready for this.
I bet, yeah, especially at the age of 17.
So I took one of the quarters off. I took the summer quarter off, and I said, I'm going to take 3 months and mentally prepare myself for the ass kicking I'm going to receive for the rest of this school. Because, the projects were the hardest thing I've ever worked on, right? They were so time intensive. I mean, you'd work till 1 a.m, and mentally I wasn't prepared to do that. I was used to you come home from school, you do an hour of homework.
Right.
And I was trying to do it under that mindset.
Right.
Because I wasn't ready emotionally, I wasn't ready mentally. And so I took the summer off knowing that when I go back, that's it. That's all I'm doing. And I went from barely passing my classes to getting straight A's.
Nice.
Because I went in going, this is what I want to do with my life. And I was fucking around. I didn't take it seriously that first quarter because I didn't understand how serious it was. Yeah. And then once I did that, once I went in and said, I'm going to take every ass kicking that's coming to me. I'm going to take, no matter how heart-wrenching the criticism is, I'm going to do my I'm going to do my best to understand it. And I went in with a different perspective of how disappointing their critiques could be, right? Devastating at times. I mean, you could vouch for that. Where you pour your heart into something and it's just not that good. And you'd run into stuff that I can't do it, right? It's you get writer's block, you just your heart wasn't in this project. You took the class thinking it would be one thing, but you get halfway through and you're just my heart isn't in it. Yeah. I don't know how to do this. You just have a dud project, right? It wasn't good. You'd try and you'd fail, and you'd get your ass handed to you for it. Because it'd be this sucks. I know it sucks. I know I don't.
So
I don't
what's
know
interesting,
what to do.
You saying this because my first quarter at the university was actually pretty different. So for mine were all art based, and
so were mine.
Yeah, so at first I was just when I saw these classes, I'm like, what? It didn't make sense to me at the time because I was in It involved art tools I never was going to use. It was involved in my major. At least that's what I was thinking at the time.
Me too.
I think
had the same mindset.
Yeah, and at first I was really intimidated for the fact I was like, I'm not that best in drawing, but I found out I had more in me than I thought I did at that. So the first year, I feel like that first quarter, the only subject I actually struggled in was the perspective class. Just because the specific way of handling it was challenging. But on the other hand, learning that stuff, honestly, I mean, I have some early art stuff on my Facebook, and honestly, it's actually way better than I probably ever could have done at that time, or even to a degree since, because there was this gap between that and when I started doing more stuff in my major, where I needed to know the perspective again,
right?
And then I forgot a good amount of it because there was all these. I was learning all this other stuff. I was going through it, but I didn't have any harsh teachers. Pretty much the first 3-4 quarters. There were some disconnects here and there, but overall it wasn't that bad. It was after that first. It was when I started getting the teacher that I had multiple times, like at least 10 times since. And I did take quarters off, but the first quarter that I took off, it wasn't until I think it was after like 4 or 5 quarters going in, because I went to that wedding in Japan, and it's crazy. October of this year, that'll be 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. The thing that was really stressful at that first year, that is why I consider those years to be the worst years of my life, is the factor of, I'm sorry, it wasn't that first year, because I started in 2011, and this was October 2013, so my mistake. 2 years in was when I took that quarter off and went to Japan. And then I also took a quarter off in 2014 because of that heart virus I got.
Ooh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, the myocarditis, which was a bummer because I would have rather taken that quarter off doing the internship I did with LGI Homes, because that was intended originally for 3 months, but it ended up being 3 weeks because of the quarter. But if it would have went differently, would have handled that differently. But overall, I wouldn't say my entire experience there was miserable, because I really do feel like I got the stuff I learned there solidified in my head. Mm-hmm. I mean, to a level where I could go months not doing something, and it still sticks in my head. There's probably certain programs I would just have to catch up on a bit, like, if anything, like, like the 3D modeling programs. I haven't really done any 3D modeling since I graduated, but it's like I remember certain things here and there. Right. And I think the fact that 3ds Max isn't a Mac program, it's only for Windows, doesn't help. But if I'm going to use 3D modeling, I'd rather use Cinema 4D, especially since it's integrated with After Effects.
Right.
And so that...
but it still gave you the mindset to understand how things work.
Exactly, yeah. So, of all the schools you were considering going to at the time, what made you feel like the Art Institute of Pittsburgh, that was the school for me, versus, like a university or a community college or any of the other options you had available at the time?
So the reason I picked the Art Institute is I had toured a bunch of different art schools that had art, right? And the Art Institute had this thing where they offered a week where you could go to the school for a week. So when I was 15 or 16, I don't remember, I went to the Art Institute and I took a week's worth of classes. And I loved it. Okay. I had so much fun. It was all, they were scaled down versions of other classes. So it was like, instead of it being 11 weeks, it was 4 hours, right? Okay. But we learned some of the same stuff. We used the same tools. We sculpted. We did all kinds of stuff. It was the actual teachers, and I was like, "This is great." And when I got home, I was like, that's my decision's made. That's where I'm going."
Nice.
And I also liked the fact that it was a 2-year school. So I was basically, by the time I'm 20, I'll have a job where everybody else will be graduating at 23, 24.
Right.
And so I wanted to work. Like I was ready to be done with schooling and actually do something and make money and get going.
Yeah. See, for me, so it was my English class senior year, and one of the days, instead of my teacher teaching, there was this advisor from the Art Institute, and so before then, me and my parents, we were searching for a college that'd be right for me, and towards the various places. I know because they had this prepaid plan they had in Florida when I was born. They didn't. It wasn't covering for community colleges, so school like at SUC wasn't considered.
Right.
And so I got a tour at U of A and ASU, and I just wasn't feeling it. I just and I think the one thing that made me feel like I shouldn't go there was not only I didn't feel like the video program was right for me, but also as they were giving me a tour around the entire campus, I was like, this looks so fun. I'm not going to get any work done. I'm going to be so distracted. I'm going to be wanting to do this, wanting to do that, and just be irresponsible. And the other thing that wasn't helpful was the factor of hearing the dorm setups, just these tiny crammed rooms, and you're not having it alone, and then you're 4 people sharing a bath. It's just like that whole.
There's nothing better than 4 people sharing a bathroom.
Right,
when you're all teenage males or teenage females.
Right.
The thought of 4 people sharing that's what an appealing thought.
Yeah, right. And so and I'm glad I didn't, because when I went, because the student housing at the Art Institute, it was 4 people, but it was an apartment complex and 2 were sharing a room, and that was just, that on its own was dreadful. Not because of, you remember the roommates I had, they were just horrible.
In all fairness, I stayed at home.
You did see my apartment.
Your apartment, that was something else.
Yeah, I think you saw it once.
I've seen every apartment you've lived in.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Every place I moved. Even that house in Glendale I was in for months. I remember you visited that. So, and the other rule that was really insane was you weren't allowed to have alcohol in the apartment, even if all the people that lived there were over the age of 21. And
yeah, but you have to understand the liability end on their part.
Right.
Where it's like, you're 21, you can have it, but you invite someone over who's 19.
Right.
Then,
And see, that makes sense, but I think the problem with that is, there are residents that weren't going to school, or weren't going to the Art Institute, but lived there. All any of them needed to do was to talk to one of them, and that loophole would have just been...
Right, but it's not. They weren't getting it from an Art Institute student, so the Art Institute wouldn't have been liable.
That's fair. Yeah, but I guess that factor wasn't as big of a deal. I've never been a big drinker, and I don't see that ever changing.
Yeah, I don't know. I say in 5 years, all you're gonna do is drink.
Right.
That's where I see you going.
Yeah.
Just like you're gonna put beer on your cornflakes in the morning, right? You're not gonna even buy barbecue sauce if it's not whiskey barbecue sauce.
That sounds so gross. The thought of barbecue sauce or beer and cereal,
Beer and cereal sounds disgusting.
Yeah, it does.
I know someone who did it.
Really?
Yes.
I'm not surprised.
You know someone who did it.
Wait,
not as well as I do, but you do know someone who did it. You will be seeing them later today.
Okay, I know who you're talking about. I could see it being him. That makes sense.
Yeah, right.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So back to what I was saying before. So the advisor was showing us all the programs and things like that, and what they were doing. And when she showed it to me, I was like, "This is the school for me."
Right.
I was like, "This is it." And I love that it was more hands-on. A majority of the classes had finals that were project-based, not test-based, which helped me retain the info. Because tests, good amount of the time, it'll just go, it'll stay in my head, second it's done, it goes out the other year. And even looking for colleges, we were even considering out-of-state ones. One of the one of the main colleges I was considering, Chapman University in Orange County, California.
Yeah.
And I actually did get accepted.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So if the Art Institute didn't keep me, I probably would have went there. The other thing that was really nice about the Art Institute, they didn't factor your SAT scores, which was a super nice perk.
Yes,
I
it was.
Loved that because SATs were just unrealistically difficult, and I really
you
didn't
should talk about how they're racist.
I mean, how so? Or is that like entirely a joke?
No, it's a thing. They're so there's stuff in them. There's tons of articles that you could read on how they're like elitist and racist and all kinds of stuff because it's based on like some of the stuff they talk about is it's privileged information. Like right, it's information you wouldn't know below a certain level of privilege. And so, like, some of those questions are just naturally harder. Also, people with various types of privileges can hire people to train them, right? There's SAT, like SAT prep schools and prep courses and things like that lower income families can't afford.
Yeah.
So they don't go into the SATs with the same level of preparedness that someone with more privilege would. It's a fascinating read, and there's tons of articles about it of like why the SATs aren't a fair evaluation of who should get into what school because this person might work really hard, they might be really, really smart, but because they didn't have the money to take the SAT prep courses, they failed the SATs or they didn't get a high number.
Honestly, I think that reasoning can also be used for Art Institute because of how overly expensive things were. And it's like, props to anyone who went to a school like that was so overpriced and didn't have to rely on anyone else whatsoever to be able to financially handle that. Because I'm sure people who weren't able to financially keep that balanced were their chance of graduating would have just been next to impossible.
Well, here's the other thing too. What I found interesting, and why I think the Art Institute didn't use SATs, is because artists are nuts, right? Yeah. We all have a different way of thinking.
Yes.
Right. We look at the world differently. We approach the world differently because we're looking at it from, I don't even know how to describe it, but a different perspective, right? Because we look at trees and go, how do I draw that, right? How would I model that, right? You watch a movie and you get, everyone's lost in the characters falling in love or fighting each other or doing the conflict of the story. We're looking at it going, I wonder why they edited it that way, right? Yeah. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at stuff and we're analyzing the concepts, and even before we're trained in it, we think like that.
Yeah,
like it's just a natural way for us to think, and so like you said, you sit in English class and you're like, I can barely remember the information long enough to take the test, but you put something that's art based or interesting, right? Like when you put a camera in front of us, or you put a sculpture in front of us, or anything. Right, a movie, and like, okay, like we're gonna make this, and like we just figure it out on our own. Like we don't even necessarily have to be taught, because we just figure it out. And then like that's why when you watch directors, right, movie directors, you have Steven Spielberg directs one way, and Quentin Tarantino directs another way, and this person and that person, and they all do all these different styles of directing, right? Yeah. They have their trademark shots. They have this because. They just do it like, oh, I like this, so I'm gonna do it. I like camera angles from this, and I like big explosions, and I like this kind of sound, and it's not based on anything other than this is just what I like to do, and this is what they figured out how to do, and because they figured out how to do it this way, that's the way they do it, right? This director likes working with film, but this director likes doing this. Oh, and I don't like using VFX. I want to use practical effects. You know, if we could do it practically without having to do computer stuff, then I want to. Like, and so there's all kinds of stuff because that's how they came up.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is like we teach ourselves how to do things.
Yeah, and see, that's something I feel like with the Art Institute that I wish they were better on. It seemed like in order to accomplish this thing, you had to do it this way, even if that's not how you wanted to do it, knowing that if you did it your own way, you could still accomplish that goal and do something else. And I think...
But see, here's the thing. This is where the Art Institute created a conundrum. Is there's art and there's the business of art.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, what they taught us was, you have to come in here with talent.
Yeah.
But now we're going to teach you how to do it the way the industry wants. Because when you're painting a picture, you can paint whatever you want. When somebody hires you to paint a picture, you have to paint what they say.
Yeah.
And so I think part of them just being so rough on the students was, it's like, I used to call it art boot camp, where they would just they would strip away that thing of, well, my client says to make it red, but I think it would look better blue, so I'm going to make it blue. No, the client's telling you they want it to be red, so screw what you want as an artist. Screw the fact that it would look better red. That's what they want. They want it to be blue, so I think that's part of why they were so rough on us, was to get us into the mindset of, this is the business of art. If you want to go out and be a painter and sell your paintings for hundreds of thousands of dollars and do it that way, you don't need the Art Institute. You don't need us. We're trying to teach you the industry standards of how things are done. And once you understand the industry standards, then you can go back to doing it your own way.
Yeah.
Then you can take your style and work it into the industry standards. But there were times in class where I would try to do something more artistic, and my teachers would be, "What are you doing? No. This is not what your client is expecting to see." I get it; it looks neat, but one of the things they said, and it always stuck with me, was, just because it looks cool doesn't mean it works, right? And that's, like I said, if you're making a painting, you can make something that looks cool, and who cares if it works,
right?
But if you're trying to do something that's going to show a client, right, oh, this is the sketch of the sculpture I'm going to make for you. This is the sketch of the building we're going to build for you. This is the sketch of the prototype we're going to make for you. And they're looking at it going, it looks neat, but it doesn't give me the information I need.
Yeah.
You've got a problem.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to lose that client. And I think that's part of them being rough on us, was to change our mindset, because up until then, as artists, I'm going to shoot the video however I want.
Right.
I'm going to draw the picture however I want. I'm going to draw whatever I want, right? If I want to do it this way, if I want to do it this way or that way or whatever, it gets you out of that mindset of, this is what I want, and into the mindset of, this is what I'm being told to do. And then when you understand, oh, well, crap, they're paying me $5,000 to do this, then it makes sense. But I do understand what you're saying, because, again, that's why my first quarter was so hard, because I was going into it going, well, this is what I want to make, and this is how I want to do it. And they're going, that's not what we're telling you to do, man.
Right.
You're following some of the instructions, but you're not following all of the instructions.
Right.
And that's why I got my butt handed to me.
Yeah. I think the thing I've also realized since graduating is, that it's about the balance between being artistically creative, that's you, but also, fitting the needs of what the client wants. And I think what I've realized since graduating is the way that they were wanting it set up, it was hard for me to dig down and get in that. But since graduating, I've been able to fit what the client wants really well. Right. But with some of the teachers at that school, it was impossible. And I think it was because of it was because not all personalities meet. Exactly.
Again, you've learned as well as I've learned that since then of there are people that create things that even if they see things differently, they still can work together. And there's other people that you might have the exact same vision, but you guys can't work together because just personality clashes.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the reason, because I also had teachers that drove me insane, right? That I was just like, I can't wait till I'm done with this class.
Right.
I don't like working with this teacher. And again, I was 18. I didn't understand it, right?
Yeah.
I was 17, 18, 19. I did not understand it. I just was going, here's this teacher who's telling me to do things, and they drive me nuts. And
also age doesn't help either.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, which is definitely the case for me as well.
Right. Well, but it's like when we're that young, we're stupid.
Oh yeah.
Like we're so full of ourselves, but we're so stupid at the same time.
Right.
And we didn't understand. Like we knew nothing about the world.
Yeah.
Right. We didn't understand how things work. We
agreed.
Any relationship we had was frivolous. You know, we had very maybe one or two friends that were really. Looking back, we go, wow, they were really good friends. Like, I look back at a lot of the friends I had when I was that age, and I'm like, they weren't all great friends. They were fun to hang out with, right? They were hilarious to hang out with, and I had a great time hanging out with them. But, like, they weren't, these people were, like, we were connected, right? We were, if the chips were down, I could count on them. Type of people.
Yeah.
They were fun to be with. And again, I think when we're that young, we don't know the difference.
Yeah.
And so I think it's the same way with the teachers there. Like, we were just, well, they're our teachers, so they're supposed to this. And we didn't have the ability to look at them and go, this person's an asshole, and I wouldn't want to have anything to do with them if this were my career. Like, I would be like, I can't work at this. I can't work here with this person. They drive me nuts. But we didn't know that. Like, we didn't know how that works. We just went... I can't, and again, I think that's what you were talking about. Like, it messed you up in the head because before, when you're doing art, right, you're doing whatever it is you're doing, you could pick and choose who you work with.
Right.
You could say,
that's true. Yeah.
I'm going to work on this project, and I'm going to invite my friend because we click, and we're going to work on, even if they're just like I said, we have fun together. We're going to work on this project. And whatever. And if the project got halfway done and you never finished it, who cares? You had fun, right? Or like you were like really hardcore into it and you did all this stuff and, oh wow, this is great, and you finished it, whatever. It didn't matter, right? But now you're in school and you have this person that you wouldn't want to work with outside of the school, but you're forced to work with them and they're in charge, right? So you don't have an equal say even though you're used to having an equal say. You don't necessarily have their respect because you don't click,
right?
And maybe you don't respect them. Maybe, it's a mutual lack of respect in a lot of ways. Like maybe they sense that you don't respect them, so they don't respect. I mean, who knows?
Yeah. And the other factor that wasn't helpful for our institute, there were some things that were really petty. So, for example,
but that's the world, though.
Well, yeah, but like stuff that wouldn't. It's okay. So, like, here's an example. A lot of people give me crap because I don't like Star Wars, for example.
You what?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm done. Shut the computer off. I'm out of here.
Yeah. So like
unbelievable.
Yeah.
But that's because your first exposure was Jar Jar Binks. That's why.
I mean,
if your first exposure was Obi-Wan Kenobi, like the rest of us. It's a different story.
Honestly, the first Star Wars I saw, it was one of the early ones. It was when I was a kid, and I don't remember which one, but I remember Luke Skywalker was a kid at the time. So I forgot which one that was. But for the heck of it, I know there were some recent Star Wars movies that came out. I was like, you know what? All right, I'll give it a shot. I was a kid. So things change.
Right.
You know?
Hated it.
Yeah, exactly. I did. And that's not me hating on sci-fi.
It is. It is. It's
you're I mean, I didn't mind.
American.
Well, I mean,
you may as well move to Russia. Get out of my country. Go back to where you came from.
Right. But like, I mean, like, I like Star Trek. I love Doctor Who. Doctor Who's my favorite. I love Rick and Morty. I like the Orville. And I guess my takeaway with that, it's like, okay, just because something is reputable in a certain industry. Cool, we got background yells.
Are you picking up the cat?
Yeah. Perfectly.
We have a guest on the podcast. His name is Colby.
Yeah, I guess the cat's the audience.
Cat.
Yeah, the cat's the audience.
Change the subject, you stupid humans.
Yeah, the cat's like, talk about me, keep going, this is what I want. But I can respect and appreciate a legacy of an existence of something without really having to like it, you know? What was the major that you chose for the Art Institute?
So I picked industrial design technology.
Okay, that wasn't an option for school, yeah.
See, I liked it because it was kind of a conglomeration of a bunch of different stuff, because it was basically creating products and designing products for sale. So, right, like we did a lot of ergonomics, we did a lot of user experience stuff that's now UX, UI design. Well, they didn't have a name for it back then, but that's essentially what it was, of like looking at everything we do from the customer or client's perspective, and who's going to be using this, and you know, if you're holding this pen, is it comfortable? If you're buying this car, do you like to drive it? That type of thing, of understanding the end user and creating to them. And I was always fascinated by that. Mm-hmm. And so when I found out, like this is an actual thing you can learn, that's the one I picked. And it's nice because it, like I said, it had a mixture of everything. So it was automotive design, it was drafting, it was all kinds of stuff.
Is that the major that was there till the end of Art of Pittsburgh, or is that something that only?
I don't know, but I know it was there when I took it, and there were a lot of people who signed up for it.
Okay.
Like my class was pretty big. But it was awesome. Like I just loved it.
Hell yeah! I want to talk about the start of Burgundy Jurk. Correct me if I'm wrong. You that started in the early '90s, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my band. It's my pipe dream.
Yeah. So now, I know for a while you were doing all the parts of it. The vocals, the bass, the guitar, the drum.
That's what I'm doing now. That's how I'm doing it now.
Oh, you're not doing it with other members?
No.
Okay, that's only live?
Yeah. No, even live. Even live, it's just me.
But what about the other members that I've seen you live with? Did they all leave?
Yeah. COVID was a real, it was real interesting.
Okay, so you're serious? They all left?
Yeah. Well, so what happened was in COVID, because my wife was a frontline health care worker, we couldn't have anybody over the house because we were scared she was going to bring it home. And then anyone who came over would get it. So it wasn't even on the thing of like, well, we shouldn't get together because we might get it. It was, we're probably going to give it to you, right? Like, we're probably going to get COVID, and we're probably going to give it to you. And that was a big issue, because like, it was like, well, we understand the risks that we're taking. We understand what we signed on for, because my wife even gave me the option of like leaving, of like move out until this is over. And I'm like, listen, I'm not making you go through this by yourself. So we stayed, but it was just like nobody could come to the house because we don't want you to get sick.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't until the vaccine came out that we started letting people come over again. But you couldn't come over unless you were vaccinated.
And so why didn't they want to come back and rejoin the band after that happened?
So, well, they did, but in that year's time, they found other stuff to do, right? Because it's not like we were getting together and practicing all the time and playing shows and doing this. And so it was like, well, you know, the bassist, Casey, he had 2 kids, and so like he filled that time. He started a business that's now really successful, you know, and he did some other stuff, but he filled that space that was practice and shows with other stuff. So then it's like, hey, let's get back together, and it's like, well, I can't. Right, like I can't clear out that space. I've taken on new responsibilities, and I get it, you know. And so it's, you know, it's not an angry thing. Like, I'm not bummed out. It was just kind of one of those. With the amount of times that I've rebuilt the band, I just didn't feel like doing it. And with technology, the way that it is, I was like, I want to try something else, right? I want to see if I can do everything by myself. So now I have equipment that plays stuff for me, right? So it's still, like, I don't, I still play all the instruments, but I don't play them all on stage at the same time.
Right.
I only have 2 arms.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's really tough.
Yeah, honestly, I think with the way you've always handled it and how people have come in and go, I think it just makes more sense for you to do it all yourself and maybe at most, get people to play for the shows. And
No, I didn't have people play for the shows. It's just me.
Or even like backtrack all of it and then you stick to an instrument and
right. That's what I do. Well, so it's all pre-recorded, but it's still me playing, and I treat it like I'm on stage. So I don't edit things, I don't auto-tune things, I don't fix things. I either play it right or I don't do the song.
Right.
And I think that's interesting. It's interesting because nobody's done anything like that the way I've done it, but I also look at it and go, look, I'm not a rock star.
Right.
I'm some schlub who plays for 30 people.
Yeah.
Right? In a club, and it's like, the amount of time, effort, and energy that I would spend to rebuild the band, to maybe get people that I click with. Going back to that conversation, you don't click with everybody, so you might have to go through 3 or 4 guitarists before you find one that clicks. And that might take 2 years to do. And I'm like, I just want to play.
Yeah.
I just want to take my guitar. It's not like I'm going up in front of 500 people and doing it this way.
Mm-hmm.
That would warrant getting other musicians because, hey, we're going to make, $1,000 tonight and I can afford to pay other people to be there. I'm making $50 for the night.
Right.
Then you split it up and we get $12 a piece.
Right.
It's like,
See, for me, I've kind of been realizing that too, as I've been trying to form a band for such a long time, and so, what I'm hoping with the people that I'm talking to right now, that I'm just gonna handle it differently. I think the idea of coming every week to do practice stuff. I think because we all have different obligations, that's just really easier said than done.
It's so hard.
Exactly, and so I'm thinking of it being like, hey, let's make this a priority, but just when you're messing around on the guitar, or so then that way it's not so strictly in stone, but we're like, okay, if this works, you are making a priority, but not so much where it's causing you stress or
but that's inevitable.
Yeah.
It's inevitable, because here's the thing. This is the thing that I've learned over my 30 years of playing music, and that is, whoever you bring in, they have to be addicted to music.
Yeah.
It's not a thing of, oh, this will be fun. It has to be, because doing everything outside of being on the stage for the half an hour or the hour or 2 hours or whatever it is that you're on stage, everything else about it is a nightmare.
Yeah.
Right? The scheduling, especially as you get older, it was one thing when we were 19 and nobody had anything to do.
Right.
It was another thing when I'm 35 and everybody in the band has a kid.
Yeah.
Right? And I can't come to practice this night because my kid's got a thing or my kid's sick or this. And the whole thing changes. Everything is different because we have so many more obligations than what we did when we were 21 even, right? Mm-hmm. And so you have to get people in your band or to play music with you that go, I don't care about anything else. I will tell my boss, sorry, I got to leave at 4:00 because I got band practice tonight. And there aren't a lot of those people. The people that when you're hauling music equipment at 3 a.m, right? And they're you're tired and you want to go to bed. I like hauling musical equipment at 3 a.m. I enjoy it.
Exactly, and you need people that will want to do the same.
Right. And finding the people that want to be on stage is easy. Mm-hmm. Finding the people that want to come to practice and jam is
and be
easy.
Committed to the project.
Right. Finding someone who will come to practice every single week and spend 3 hours playing the same song over and over again because it's just not tight enough.
Yeah.
That's a whole different ballgame. Finding someone that will show up to the show and play, everybody wants to do that.
Right.
But finding the person that will help you unload the truck at 3 a.m. when all you really want to do is go to bed, and they'll do it 2-3 times a month, again, that's a different conversation. That's a different level of commitment. And so I've had tons of people that joined a band, and after 3 months go, I can't do this.
Right.
I can't do this. It's just it's not what I like coming to practice. I like hanging out with you. I like playing the shows, but Jesus, right? Like, oh, we got to be somewhere at 4:00 because we got to take the band photo, right?
Right.
We got to do with this. We got to do with that. Oh, they want to interview us, right? Like, we're doing a podcast right now, and we've been talking for an hour and a half. Mm-hmm. Well, to get 4 of us, like, we got to do this podcast. Okay. Like,
yeah.
That's, again,
very true, yeah.
Your narcissism, because we do this because we're narcissists. That's why we do it. Your narcissism only goes so far. And then you get to the point where you're like, I don't want to set up drums at 3, or tear down drums at 2 in the morning. Like, yeah. I just want to hop in my car and go home. And so you lose a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
You lose, once people realize the level of commitment they have to do, you lose them. And that's okay. It's again, it goes back, full circle, goes back to that relationship we were talking about of, you don't mesh. You want to do it to this level, they want to do it to this level, and it doesn't work. And that's okay. So you guys shouldn't get mad at each other because I want to do this and you want to do that.
Right.
So go do that. You go, play your guitar, hang out with your friends, you jam every once in a while. It's fun. You go play the clubs, do this and the perfect thing. Like, it's different. It's just, it's 2 different mindsets, and it's okay. But to find those people takes a lot of trial and error and a lot of work.
Especially for some genres more than others, because it's like, because Burgundy Jurk is a very, like a hardcore punk kind of.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's like, there's plenty of people that aren't into that. So I'm sure that, like, if you were to, if Burgundy Jurk was a pop rock project, I'm sure it'd be easy to find musicians.
No, it would be the same problem.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it'd be the same problem, but, like, I mean, in terms of people willing to play it, I'm sure more people.
I think it would be the same thing. Because I've never had a problem finding people who want to play it. I have a problem finding people who want to come every Wednesday and play it.
I know we left off on getting to the step of you moved to Arizona, but I realized there are 2 things that we were talking about before that I realized that I didn't finish talking about.
All right.
So, the first thing was, we were talking about the Art Institutes and comparing the different stuff, and I remember I was talking about that Star Wars mention, and the other petty things that I was dealing with was just, I could tell that there were some teachers that I felt like were working there for the wrong reasons, or at least that's the impression that was given off. For example, the main teacher I've dealt with, he would tell people behind my back that I'm an idiot that doesn't belong in the field, and
well, that's disheartening.
Yeah, exactly, and it's like, and it's a combination of that and just not everyone being treated equally. It felt like subliminally that, like, your gender, your race, your sex orientation, your history in the field before going there, how well you performed in the class. I felt like it was, I feel like that played a factor on how some teachers prioritized. I mean, it's definitely not the case for every single staff member. There definitely were fantastic good ones, for sure, that weren't doing that. But, it was like I was saying then, it was like, these teachers from a professional standpoint were definitely qualified, but I think in regards to some, I feel like there was just something, it almost felt like projection in some way,
I was going to say, if you have a teacher telling another student behind your back that you're an idiot, that I feel like that might cross a line.
Yeah.
That seems somewhat inappropriate.
Yeah, and it's like, how can you have the nerve to say to me, you don't take this personally, it's not personal, and then do stuff like that?
Well, listen, that ruins the trust. That ruins the trust of your criticism, like, I'm supposed to learn from your criticism versus how do I know that it's just not because you have a vendetta?
Exactly, yeah.
Or,
and like,
at least, if nothing else, a bias.
Yeah, and...
So what did you do about that? Like, did you go to, like, the administration office and be like, hey, this teacher's done this, I have a problem?
So, I didn't...
Did you just go to their house and burn it down? You can't say that. You can't say that you did that if you did that. This is being recorded. So don't say you burned their house down. But we know, wink, wink, we know what happened.
Yeah, just so you guys know that Mike's joking. I have no interest in doing something like that.
Yeah, as you giggle. Yeah.
So,
as you're showing me pictures on your phone of this massive fire that engulfed 7 blocks of downtown Phoenix.
Yeah, but like,
turns out that's not even where the guy lived.
So, to answer your question, I didn't really that much because I felt like I was in this position where it was like, I feel like my reputation and things were on the line, and I felt like if I was being confrontational about it, I could have seen it giving off the impression that like, oh, I can't handle when things are tough, and when it's tough, I'm gonna play this weak, petty, woe is me card and play the victim, and it's like...
Yeah, but at the same time, if it's happening to you, how many other people is it happening to?
Right.
So to let the staff know, hey, you've got a douchebag teaching classes.
Yeah, and I think that's the part of it where I wish I would have done more, or at least been assertive to like, hey, I feel like you're playing favorites, and
yeah, but I wouldn't have addressed it with him because the man obviously, like, he obviously was biased against you. So why address it with them when you could take it through the proper chain of command? I mean, and I get why you didn't, right? Like, you, 18, 19, and when we're that age, we don't, we look back at that age and we realize, like, holy shit, was I insecure, and I didn't really understand. True. And again, like, I take it to his bosses, what about retribution? So, like, I get all the reasons why you didn't, and I'm not shaming you for not doing it. Like, I get it. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, at the same time, in hindsight, and for the people listening, that when stuff like this happens, if you go the proper channels, it's not you being whiny and being a baby. It's like, this isn't okay. And of course they're going to see it that way. Of course the person that the person that's biased against you, when you go to their bosses, go, hey, this guy is unethical. This guy has a problem. They're doing things that they shouldn't do. And I'm turning it in so that it can be fixed. So what happened to me doesn't happen to someone else. Of course they're going to see you as being a whiny baby because they don't like you in the first place. And now you've
just escalating the
they're going to
see
it that way, but you're not. You're solving a problem. But again, that's the thing is, in the moment when they go, hey, I heard you talk to my bosses, that it doesn't feel like you did the right thing.
Right, yeah.
You may never feel like you did the right thing because you're going to get all this retribution. Right? They're going to make your life 10 times harder because you made their life 1 time harder. Wait, 2 times. 1 times harder is the same hard. 2 times harder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, and like, if it was done in a way whereas like, this teacher would have said to me, hey, like, this tough guy thing I do is an act to make sure that you're handled and prepared for the real world. If it was done from that perspective, I would have actually respected him a lot for doing that. But here's but yeah, I think because of the factor that one, he wasn't being even and consistent through everyone in the class with it. Along with like the stuff I said that was said behind my back.
That's where it contradicts. Exactly. That's where it breaks the line because if he was saying, look, man, your projects are missing this, they're missing that, they're missing something else, then I would get, yeah, he's being tough because that's the way your clients are going to talk to you.
Right.
But when he goes to another student and says, this student over here is stupid. Like, first of all, if you want to think of it, it's kind of a little bit less bad if he said it to like another teacher. Like, yeah, this kid in my class, I don't know if he's going to make it. Okay, that's not great, but to say it to a student it's so inappropriate and unacceptable.
Agreed.
That, like, that's the whole point is, as soon as he does that, then you can't say, oh, well, I did this to toughen you up because I didn't. Like, how does telling another student that I'm an idiot toughen me up?
Yeah, exactly. And also the other thing, too, is there was a lot of emphasis on what we were doing wrong and almost not even remotely amount of what we were doing right. And I think that's the other thing, too, that would have been helpful. It's like, okay, what are the things that I've been doing that has been working in my favor for the right reasons? And I feel like I was getting a lack of that. It felt as negative as a political debate.
Right. Yeah.
Where it's just like negative drilling more so than...
Right, because if you only know when you're doing something wrong, you don't know how good something was that you did right. You only know that it wasn't wrong. You don't know whether it was passable, decent, or amazing. Like, how do you know that?
Right.
And that's the thing, like my teachers, like I had a teacher who told me once, I was in his class for like 2 weeks, and he saw like my first project, and he's like, all right, you actually have some talent, I'm surprised. But that's positive. It's positive.
Exactly, yeah.
But he was actually, that teacher, he was an awesome teacher, and he just liked to tease, but
Yeah,
no, I got good grades in his class. I like that.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I've had some projects that teachers liked, for sure. I remember for the audio production classes I was in, one of the friends I used to hang around, he'd be really good at doing these multiple voices, and he did it so well. Like the teacher said, I've never laughed this hard at a project in years. and so now since we're talking about friends, that's the other thing I wanted to jump to that I realized we didn't finish. So I remember in a part of the part one, you brought up how I was around, some really crappy people. And the one thing about that I found interesting is the factor of hearing that in 2023, in general, not specifically from you. And one thing I want to mention to people that are listening, as well as you, is the factor that the reason why I was in that situation before in the past is I was a big people pleaser. I didn't value myself, and I was that type of person where I was prioritizing others above myself. And at the time, my mentality was, if you care and show appreciation to others and show that you value them, that positive results can come out of it, whether it's, to me or from me. The problem was because I didn't value myself, and because, basically because of that, my intention of bringing people together, so then that way they're not feeling so, alone and isolated. There's just that moment of time to put people together. That was really my intention. But I think because I didn't value myself like that, it instead became this toxic loser honeypot where I would, where
that's a song name. That is a song name.
Toxic
or
loser.
A band. That's a band. That's your band name.
That sounds like a song you would put in your band.
I'm
Toxic loser honeypot.
I'm literally stealing that.
Go for it. Go for it. You have my permission. That sounds hilarious.
Yeah.
And so it was like, because I wasn't valuing myself, I was attracting that type of people, and instead it was putting them all together. And it sucks that I have to say it like that, because...
But here's the thing, though. You're completely overthinking this.
Really? How so?
Because again, you met these people when you were like 17, 18, 19. Half of them were people you went to high school with.
Right.
And at that age, we have no concept of how any kind of relationship would work. Relationships with our parents, right? Like when we're teenagers, like my parents are so embarrassing, right? We don't understand romantic relationships. We don't understand friendships and how, like, we think every single person should be our best friend when in reality, like, half the friends we had back then we shouldn't even talk to. Like, we just stayed the hell away from. Like, we didn't understand that some of them were like, oh, they're acquaintances. Like, they're people that I hang out with and go see a movie with, but I wouldn't live with.
Right.
I should never let this person into my house, but this person has my back through everything. And we don't know the difference because we're dumb kids.
Yeah.
And so to sit there and say, oh, I did this and I did that and I let these people in because I'm a people pleaser. It's like, no, you were the same dumb kid that every other dumb kid was. And we surround ourselves by people that seem intriguing to us. And the expectations we put on them are the expectations that we want them to do. And we ignore the fact that some of these people are either too stupid or too much of an asshole to meet those expectations. And instead of looking at them and going, okay, I've been around you for 20 minutes, and there's no way you're ever going to be someone I let in my house. We just go, I don't know, when I'm around them, they make me laugh. And we don't even know enough to notice the red flags, let alone ignore them, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, you shouldn't hold that against yourself because you let toxic people in. Because every one of us at that age let toxic people.
I completely agree. I guess the main reason why I'm bringing this up now, more so is because... I mean, besides that. I know that there's been a numerous amount of years in my past where people would have called me out on that. Granted... But
there's no calling you out on it. It's just
right.
It's just the way it is. Like, in other words, if you didn't have some of those crappy people in your life to teach you, hey, you know what? These are what my standards are. Like, somebody does something crappy to you, and you go, "That's never going to happen again." And then you pay more attention as you meet people.
Exactly. And that's the point I was going to go at. You know, it's. I think when you're around. When people are around you at that period of time where you're still figuring that out, I think it's hard for people to move on from that because they're so used to that mentality because that's when they were around you the most. And I think when like as you get older, I think that stuff just matters more and more where it's like it separates the people who want to get out of their rut and step up and do it versus the ones that are like, I'm in this rut, I'm going to make that my comfort zone and go from there. And I think that really...
No, and I think you make a valid point of some people just don't want to get out of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
Right? But when you do... Like, I've made this analogy throughout a good chunk of my life, and that is we're all climbing a ladder, right? Mm-hmm. We're climbing to the top of a ladder, and there are people that don't want to climb the ladder at all. There are people that get so high and go, this I don't want to be any higher on the ladder, right? Like, this is where I'm at, this is where I'm comfortable with, I don't want to go any higher. And then there's other people that will go higher, and maybe they'll stop a little bit higher, or maybe they'll just keep going to see how high they can get.
Right.
But whenever somebody stops, they want you to stop with them.
Yeah.
And they get mad when you go, but I want to go up there. I want to do this.
So
well,
true.
You can't do that. And so... whether it's selfish reasons, whether it's fear reasons, whatever, like, people come in and out of our lives. Mm-hmm. And one, it's okay that they do that, right?
Yeah.
It's okay because in some way, shape, or form, people are going to leave, mm-hmm. right? Whether it's because they got a job in another state and they moved away, God forbid they get sick, God forbid they die, like, they're going to go away. And it's okay to let them go. The problem is that... right, when they're climbing that ladder, we get that comfort zone. Like you were saying, we get mm-hmm. that comfort zone where we're like, but I don't want you to move to another state. I don't want you to do this. Like you're my friend, and that's really hard. But also because when we made friends with somebody in high school, we set up these expectations of them, right? Mm-hmm. Either because that's the way they were, and maybe they changed over time, or we changed a different way over time. But we still we're still going based on the expectations we had when we were 15, of like, oh, you're going to do this, and you're going to do that, and you're going to do something else, and then they don't, and you're like, but this is what we talked about, you know? And
right.
It's really hard to maintain any kind of friendship or relationship in such a long term, mm-hmm. because people grow apart.
Right.
And that's the thing.
Yeah, that's something I've learned to accept over the past couple years. I think the part that was the most challenging was people that you look up to that I've just kind of accepted, like, hey, I need to end my friendship with them because in the way that is growing apart, they're not handling it the right way, in a way that's not good. Like, you know, for example... well,
let me ask you, before you do that,
okay,
why did you look up to them?
So at the time...
Like you don't give any names, but just think of one of these people that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And then, why did you look up to them?
So, the person I have in mind, the reason why I looked up to him was because he was someone that seemed very wise. He was, at the time, reliable and engaged, and he kind of gave this impression he was more sure of himself and stuff, to a level where pretty much everyone around me valued him and would say that he's one of the best people to keep around in your life. And okay. I think by saying this, I already gave away who I
have no idea who it is.
Okay. So I'll bleep and edit it out, but I ended up ending it. And the reason why I did was because so whenever people have had conflict with him, what he would do is he would just not respond, avoid them, and I can't help but feel like his mentality was in the mindset of that if I ignore and avoid it, they'll calm down, things will be fine, or I'm just moving on from it because I don't want to deal with conflict and drama, and so he's done this to numerous people in the past. So as time went on, there were some people that at the time seemed like they weren't going to change and evolve, and so he was starting to do it to them, and I was just, at the time I was just kind of like, at the time it seemed like, okay, that made sense, because it's like, there was a certain number of years and these certain people wouldn't change. It's like, okay, I understand where he's coming from, it's great. But then he was doing it to me, and it's like, okay, you say these negative things about these negative people and tell me that, and now you're mimicking those same actions with me, and you've done it for over a year and a half, and it's like...
That's a long time.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm not going to be disrespected like that, you know, especially since I'm not the type of person that stays the same over a long period of time. Sure, there have been times in my life with hard lessons I needed a good amount of time to learn, and same for some of these other people he pushed away, and I think what he doesn't realize is that and like some of the people that he pushed, they've changed a lot since then, but he still thinks they're the same people. I know the same with me, you know, thinking I'm still that same person that relies on my parents for everything, and
I rely on your parents for everything. Your parents have given me over $50,000. The mortgage on my house, they pay it. I don't pay it.
My God, that'd be crazy if that were actually true.
Ask your dad. Call him right now. Did you pay Mike's mortgage? I guarantee you he says yes.
I promise you, if I did, there's no way. But
it would be awesome if you did, and your dad had the foresight to understand what was happening and actually say yes.
Right? Oh,
which
my
he
God.
does. He's a pretty withered guy. He'd probably be like, I think I need to say yes. That's why I like your dad. Your dad is really funny.
Yeah, and so, like, also, you know, having my own place now, you know, that's another thing I was, something I wasn't able to achieve before, and I think there's just so many people that were thinking, like, oh, okay, I'm still around these type of people that are kind of stuck in this path. And I think because I was kind of in a rut on specific things for a certain period of time, I think some people were just like, okay, I'm done being patient about this anymore. This isn't going to change. We're done. And it was like, you're lost. Because at the end of the day, it's like, the people that screwed me over just made me stronger. Because like you said, you learn what not to do. Right. And you got to go through stuff, sometimes the hard way, in order to be able to be the best version of yourself as you're older.
But I also think it's important to be able to walk away.
Yeah.
Right? To just be able to say, you know what? You get one shot and you're done.
Exactly.
And the thing is, like, I kind of see both sides of your story. Like, I get the point of you're in a relationship with this person and they're cutting off your friends, but you're not. Like, that can make things kind of awkward because now you're in the position of, well, do I cut them off too? Or do I now go to the party or the event or whatever it is by myself with them going, well, hey, where's so-and-so? Well,
right. Yeah, see,
they
that's...
don't like you.
Yeah, and see, that's the other thing I had to reevaluate because it was like, that's one of the reasons why I've realized that a social circle where we're all cohesively being around each other, I think that's where what you said is a con of that. Because it's like, okay, well, if there's two people that didn't like each other, well, now that created more issues because it was not as unifying knowing that, okay, and then having to pick between who to invite for what, and...
Well, see, here's the thing, though. This is the way I look at it. I look at it as I hold everybody responsible for what they do. So if it's that situation, right, and somebody burns a bridge with my wife, right, and we're going to an event, hey, where's your wife? And I'll flat out tell them, you pissed her off. She doesn't want to be around you.
Right, and see, that's something...
Well, wait a minute, we'll wait. And then I go, no. Like, you want to fix this, you got to call her and apologize. Like, you got to fix it. Like, she's not going to chase you down. She doesn't have to chase you down. You did something, it pissed her off, and she's done with you. And so that's why she didn't come. Now, me, I don't have a problem with you, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm here. But, again, it's just approaching the situation, to me, with... I mean, you know me. I'm a very honest person. I tell you how it is, whether you like it or not, and you can deal with it. Mm-hmm. I don't like dishonesty. I don't like passive aggressiveness.
Same.
I just listen. If you do something wrong, I tell you. And and you and me, we've had plenty of those conversations where you get mad at me for something, and I'm like, well, Gino, this is my side. Like, this is how I feel about it, and you're like, I think that's the reason why we've been friends for so long is. Mm-hmm. Whether you like it or not, you know where you stand with me. You never question, what did I do? If you ask me, I tell you.
Right.
And then we can, we can work it out. And you go, well, that's not how I see it. Or, oh, gee, Mike, I didn't realize that's the way it seemed to you. I apologize. And there's been times...
Right, and, you've done that with me as well. Right. Like I remember there's been a couple things in the past where I said, yeah, I'll work on it. And then,
I never did, but I told you I would. I never worked on it.
Well, I think...
I was just like, I'll tell Gino. Yeah. Like, I call people up, I'm like, I'm going to tell them I'm working on it. I'm not working on it.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that's true for everything. Like, take Romance on Fire, for example. For example, at first, I knew you had stuff going on, and I was like, okay, we need to get this done. I remember saying that, and then, you were saying, yeah, you're right, I did say I was going to do it, and I didn't. But then, like you said, there were other times where you were explaining yourself, and then it kind of made me realize, oh, okay, there was something I wasn't realizing,
right.
And so, but yeah, regardless, I feel like this was important to bring up, especially for listeners, because I think it's important to acknowledge what I've done wrong and the things that I've realized I needed to change the approach of. And see, when it comes, and so take what you were saying, I've been working way harder at trying to be more direct like that, but not in a way where I'm being this abrasive douchebag. I'm being direct and straightforward. And it's
but sometimes you don't have a choice.
Right.
That's the thing.
Exactly.
Sometimes you have to be okay with being an abrasive douchebag.
Right.
Because sometimes that's the only way the message gets in.
Exactly.
You've tried to be polite twice, and then finally you have to go, asshole,
Right.
get out of my house.
True. But I also think...
And the thing is, you have to be okay with the consequences.
Right.
That's the biggest thing that
Super
I think
true.
people run into is, if this person needs to be thrown out of your house, you have to be okay with the fact that 3 of your friends might go with them.
Right.
And I think that's the part where it does become a more of an emotional thing than just screw this person, because it's like, but I don't want my other friends to go. But I've kind of gotten to a point where I go, if you don't see that what they did was deserving of being thrown out, and you're going to go with them, then I don't. You know what? Maybe I saw you wrong.
Exactly, and I think that was the thing that was.
I have no friends, Gina.
and see, this is something I needed to realize with myself. It was like, okay, I wanted to be the pacifist that tried to have things be resolved and worked out, but I think at the same time it was like there's a fine line between that and controlling and being controlling, along with the factor of what's the word? Like I've realized that avoiding conflict at 150%, it doesn't work.
No,
It doesn't. Maybe having that self-discipline to appropriately handle something is definitely the energy it needs to be go towards.
Right.
Because, what I don't want to do is lash out or be too abrasive at a too early of a point. So, like, once it's at a point where they're asking for it, like you said, then that's when you're like, okay, get out. Or sometimes you gotta, be that abrasive douchebag. But then it's like, doing that first head on, well, now it just seems like you're being sensitive and hostile, and it doesn't need to go there. Yeah. But I think it depends on the person and the situation.
You're right. It definitely depends on the certain person and situation. But there are times where, honestly, if you're telling someone to get out, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
Because you're telling them to get out. Right?
Yeah.
If you and me are having a discussion and you think this and I think that, then absolutely we should be completely respectful of each other. Right, like you should only call me an idiot like 3 times in the conversation. Like if you call me an idiot 4 times, then I'm going to be offended. 3 times is okay. I'm waiting for you to laugh, Gino. But no. But like I said, like in all seriousness, like yeah, you should be sensitive to that person because you care about them and you want to maintain a relationship. Right. But you could be as much of an asshole as you want without getting like violent or cruel, right?
Or toxic, yeah.
Yeah, toxic. When you're going, I don't need you in my life anymore. Just get out, right? Because obviously they haven't done anything to deserve your respect. So why should you be respectful? And that's right. That's my point. Is I think people, I don't want to hurt their feelings. Like why? They stole something from you, or they lied to you, or they set you up to fail. Like they do things to make you look bad. They do things to make you. To push your buttons so that, they can gaslight you or they can, blame the victim and all this stuff. And it's just like, dude, I just wanted to be a friend and go and watch a movie or something, right? And now it's like, now I'm caught up in all this drama. And so for me, as soon as that stuff happens, I'm just like, I'm done. I mean, exactly, I'll sit on the sidelines and watch the drama and laugh, but as soon as it involves me, I just get up and leave.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's important to realize is, I think a lot of people, formerly myself included, is, that fear of rejection or not being accepted for your art. But I think the thing that, we need to realize is rejection's a part of life. It's not something where, if I'm this perfect, polished version of what I think is the best version of myself, that everything is going to be peachy and everything is going to be perfect. And I think, if your mind's not in the right headspace, it's easy to get into that mentality and think like, okay, if I avoid conflict or drama 150% and I just do this, and this, that, it's gonna be fine. When in reality, that could end up being what fuels it in the first place with some people, you know?
Right. Well, and here's the thing. Like, you're an artist, so this should make sense to you. Anyone out who's not an artist, it might not make sense, but this will make sense to you, right? You create a piece of art that you like.
Right.
You are going to have people who also like it. You're going to have people who love it, and you're going to have people who hate it.
Right.
And so, if you're painting a picture that you think everybody is going to love, you're going to be severely disappointed when people don't love it or hate it. But if you just paint a picture that you like or write a song that you like, you're going to be surprised at how many other people like it and love it. And for the people who hate it, you go, but it wasn't for you anyways. And so if you do that for yourself, if you just be the person you want to be, right? And the golden rule plays into this, right? If you treat other people the way you want to be treated, and you be the person you want to be, then you don't really care about the people who don't like you.
All right.
And you're grateful for the people who like you and or love you.
Exactly, yeah.
And you have the ability to say, when somebody goes, well, I don't think that's how you should do that, to go, I didn't ask you, right? I'm not asking you how I should do it. This is how I'm doing it. And there's a lot of freedom in that, and it chases away all that insecurity of like, well, what if somebody doesn't like this shirt?
Yeah.
Right? And that's a poor example, but it's a easy example, right? It's a clear example of like wear whatever clothes you want, right? As long as you're not showing up naked to a school, you're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I've learned the importance of valuing yourself, because it's like, you know, that what you said is totally true. When I started doing that, and I learned the importance of valuing myself rather than using others for validation and to people please, you know, things have begun to improve on a quicker level than it has been in the past. You know, I've been able to attract more authentic friends. It's been, and then the ones that weren't,
I've managed to stay around.
Right, exactly. And there've been very specific people that have known me in my 20s that are still.
I knew you in your teens.
Yeah. Let's see. You met me. How old was I? I believe
you were 6. The first time I met you.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. It wasn't freshman year. I want to say it was sophomore year.
It was. I believe it was your sophomore. It was 2010.
Was it 2010?
It was 2010.
Okay. So then I was a junior because I graduated 2011. So. And I know I didn't meet you senior year. I know it was before senior year.
Senior year.
Yeah. Now, sophomore year was my, I believe it was 2008 to 2009 year. If I met you then I was 16. And
I think you might have been driving already when I met you.
Okay, so
maybe, I don't know.
I didn't start driving until I was 18. So.
Oh well, I don't pay attention to what teenagers do because that would be creepy and weird.
Yeah, but like okay, so let's revisit Desert Mountain and how we met there.
I'm not allowed to revisit Desert Mountain.
I mean, if you're serious, we'll get back to that. So so the first thing I want to talk about before we get to that is Burgundy Jurk, as well as your transition to Arizona. So first, let's start with Burgundy Jurk.
Sure.
What is the backstory of what caused you to form Burgundy Jurk in the first place? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, it's you formed it in the early 90s, right? This wasn't something that was like semi-recent, right?
No, it was not semi-recent.
Yeah, that's right.
Very old listeners. Very old. No, funny enough, this is where everything goes together.
Okay.
It started at Art Institute.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
So that's why the whole hour and a half of Art Institute happened, people. Don't question Gino. The man knows how to lay out the groundwork for a compelling story. Damn it. You're like, well, Art Institute, that's not going anywhere. You're like, oh, it is going somewhere. Nowhere. No, it's going somewhere. Just somewhere ridiculous. But yeah, no, I started it at Art Institute. We were sitting around, and, you know, everybody wants to be in a band, or at least they did. And it was, you know, the first thing you do is you're sitting around and you're like, somebody says something stupid, And you're like, dude, that's a band name. For me, it was we were making fun of Bjork, the Icelandic singer that was in the Sugar Cubes. We'll go with that. And we were making fun of her, not because she's bad musically or any for reason, but I make fun of everything and everyone, so it's kind of, I just make fun of stuff, you know. It's nothing to do with disrespect. I just think it's fun to make fun of things, to poke holes in the plot line of life.
Right.
Anyways, we kept referring to her as that Burgundy Jurk chick, and then of course it's, dude, that's a band name. So of course then it was like, yeah, man, you're right, and here we are.
Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting backstory.
Yeah.
So at the time, I take it you had a full band lineup.
No.
Okay.
No, it never starts that way. It always starts with a bunch of douchebags sitting around going, dude, we should start a band. Well, I don't have a guitar, but my brother does. I can get one.
So true. I've heard that so many times.
Right?
Oh my God.
I think I know a guy who plays drums. He might want to do it. And that's how it started. That's how it always starts.
So I take it that all those guys that you were talking with, they didn't follow through and joining with you. Like none of them stayed forbidden.
We didn't get to the first practice with those people.
Oh man.
It didn't go anywhere.
So when that happened, were you kind of just decided on, you know what, screw everyone, I'm going to do it myself? Were you at first maybe trying to find other people?
No, I did.
Or did you give up on the project?
People.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to find other people, which I did. It took a while, but I did. You know, and it's the frustrating thing of like, this person comes in, then you have to throw them out, then that person comes in, and then they quit. And so you do this balancing act. We did it for about a year until we actually got 4 people that were willing to stick around for almost a year. But again, it's just, you know, when you're 17, 18, like you have no idea what you're doing.
Yeah.
You don't you know how to write songs, you know how to like do the music stuff and like, oh, we're going to go play. And again, you ignore all these red flags. You don't really understand how relationships are supposed to work. Like, you don't understand the give and take of being in a band and how much really is maintaining relationships with people who, like, you have this very close bond with someone who drives you nuts, right? And because you write this song and they hate it and it kills you because like, but this is like one of the best songs I've ever wrote and they think it's crap, right? And then you're in a car together because you're driving to the gig and what do you mean you forgot your snare drum? Oh my God, what's wrong? You know, and so it's very volatile because you don't know what you're doing, right? And so, I mean, it's why you see so many bands replacing members. Like, it's so rare to see a band that has all of its original members last for 20 years.
Yeah.
Right? Without breakups, without pauses, without replacing a member. Like, it's so rare.
Yeah.
And you're surprised because you don't realize, like, even some of the biggest names, you're like, oh, their first album, they had a different drummer or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you're like, oh, like even they couldn't do it. Right? They got through the first album, and then we're like, okay, we got to get this person and get somebody else in. You know, and so that's why I've been through so many lineup changes. Also just because it's been so long of, like, just people come and go. Plus, the thing that you discover is when you're 17, you have nothing to do. Right? You hang out with your friends, you goof off, so if you do it while you're playing instruments, great, because you don't have anything else to do. I mean, you have all summer to do jack shit. And so you could dedicate it to being in a band. But then you start getting older, right? And now people start getting, like, real jobs, right? I got to go to college. I got to this. I got to study for my finals. Like, well, we got a gig, right? Yeah. And so you start to lose these people that were super dedicated because they had nothing else to do become less and less dedicated.
Right.
So they need to be replaced because, yeah, well, like, my dad says I got to get a job. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, I don't know. You know, and there's no money in music. There never has been.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care who you are. They're like, what year you look at, there's never been money in music unless you're going
like super mainstream where like millions of people around the world know you.
Even then there's no money because again you sign a crappy contract.
Well, that's fair. But then, I feel like whenever you have so much of a fan base that, the merch that you sell, the amount of people that go to your shows, like,
Nope.
I mean more, not in this type of music, but more so take Taylor Swift, for example. Like, how expensive the tickets were, the amount of people that went.
But a lot
like,
of that money went to Ticketmaster.
Right.
See, here's the thing, though. This is the thing. This is what people don't understand about the music industry is they see those tickets going, but Taylor Swift isn't. In some ways, she's an artist, but in other ways, she's an industry. So she probably employs 200 people, right? So she's got all the people to set up and tear down the stage. They got to get paid, right? They're in a union, so they have specific dues. Like you're not paying them minimum wage. They have dues that they get paid. Right? Then you have the people who book the tour, who set up all the stuff with the arena. Then you have the social media people. Then you have the management. Then you have the personal assistants. So, I mean, honestly, by the time it's done, there's probably 200 people employed. They all have to get paid. So, also, if you're playing in an arena or something like that, like the arena has to get paid. All the people that work in the arena have to get paid. So those tickets cover a lot. And is it wrong what Ticketmaster does with the elevated things and how they let bots buy out all the tickets? Yeah, I'm not defending that, but at the same time, Ticketmaster is helping her sell the tickets, so they do deserve a cut. I think they take too much. I hate the fact that they tell you the tickets are $50, and then they tack on at the end a $12 surcharge. They should just say it's $62. Like that's how much the ticket is, and then they can give you a breakdown of this is what's going here, this is what's going there. Like I'm fine with that. It just don't BS me and tell me the tickets are $50 when they're really not.
Right.
But again, like I said, she's got to pay all of those people, and then, right? If she had a signing bonus, right? Oh, she had $1 million signing bonus. That sounds way different than what it is. What it actually is a loan that she has to pay back. Right? They don't give her $1 million. They loan her $1 million so that she can devote all of her time to doing these things. But it's got to get paid back, and it's paid back through album sales, merch sales. Maybe they get a cut of the tickets. So she's not walking away necessarily with as much money as we think she is. Right? There are very large bands that they, like I said, they're scraping by. I mean, I think it was TLC was making like 0.8 cents on an album. Right? Like again, that's why people have such an issue with Spotify is because Spotify allows you to skip all of that stuff, but you get no money for it, right?
Yeah, that whole system needs to be polished better. Whether we're talking about the streaming platform, the record label, or the touring process,
right? But again, the thing is, like that's if you're smart, you don't take the signing bonus, right? Because then you got to pay it back, right? Again, it's about having a good lawyer read the contract, say, hey, they're giving you a signing bonus, but you're paying it back at this interest.
Yeah, and like, I really wish record labels would be more balanced and respectful.
Well, they can be.
Yeah. Well, like in terms of, I mean more so from money and a mental health perspective.
Yeah, but again,
more so money than the mental.
It's any other business. You're negotiating a contract. If you don't know how to negotiate, or if you're too excited to care, you make bad decisions.
That's true.
If you get yourself a smart lawyer that's going to read the contract and explain it to you and has your best interest in mind, that's telling you, like, this is what this means, this is what's going to happen, then you get people who sign good contracts. But again, like, Prince changed his name to a logo so that he could get out of a record deal. Because they essentially, he couldn't use the name Prince until that record deal expired. That's why he changed his name. So, I mean, even the best of the best get snookered. I mean, Creedence Clearwater Revival didn't own the rights to their music, and John Fogerty wrote a song and got sued for plagiarism because supposedly he plagiarized his own song. Right? But he got sued because they owned, the record label
another company owned the rights to his music, and so when he wrote a song, they sued him for plagiarizing their material, even though he wrote it.
That's so crazy. I feel like the whole way that the copyright laws are made, I feel like it needs to be revised because
it's not copyright. It's publishing.
Okay.
So you can own the copyright, but if somebody owns the publishing, and that's what's interesting is when Spotify came around, and they started playing everything at such low like 0.01 cent.
Mm-hmm.
So you have what used to be you get so much for having your stuff played on the radio, so much for having stuff played in a movie, right? Depending on the value of the song, you could charge how much it gets played.
Right.
But then streaming comes along, and they go, well, we're not giving you anything. We're giving you half a cent.
Yeah.
So that's why now you have all these artists selling their catalogs, because they're essentially saying the publishing is worth more as a one-time buyout than it is the long game of residuals.
Yeah, I think it's really obvious at this point that musicians deserve more respect, especially behind the scenes. There's just this lack of freedom unless you are not signed or obligated to contracts and stuff, or less than being signed to a record label.
No, but that's also why all the indie labels started coming about. They got a lot more prominent in the 90s. I think because we were right at that age where it was easy to access music, but not simple, right? Streaming, you can just Google search it and you can find any kind of music you want, and it could be, a band that nobody's ever heard of before, but boom, it popped up in the Spotify algorithm or the Amazon Music or Apple Music or whatever. It popped up in the algorithm, so now you've been exposed to this new band that, and that no one's ever heard of before, where before you could only run into that stuff in a record store. But at the time, there were all these indie record stores, these mom and pop record stores they knew, well, I can't compete with these big stores, but if I carry the indie label stuff, I'll get all these people that are looking for rare music to come in and buy my stuff, right? And so, me as a music person, we used to love to go to those stores, the little mom and pop music stores, to find all this weird stuff that we'd never heard of, right? Like the bargain bin and stuff like that, and so that's where it was cool, because it was an adventure to find stuff, and we'd go to the store and you'd flip through the racks and you'd make a whole day of it and hang out with your friends and whatever. But now, because it's streaming, it's really easy to find that stuff. So you don't even have to be signed.
Yeah.
Right? You could just do whatever you want, and you can get the exposure, but you're not going to get paid. On the indie labels, you're kind of in the middle where you're getting paid a little bit and you're getting some of the exposure. And before that, you were getting, well, nobody ever got paid, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing now is, now because it's so easy and accessible, I think you have more competition. Where I feel like back then it was okay, if you had that opportunity to get your song on MTV or on the radio or you're on a news headline, right? Then everyone noticed and looked at it. Where now it's kind of okay, that could happen, but everyone doesn't. That doesn't necessarily mean everyone's gonna know who you are.
But I disagree. I think it's the exact opposite.
Really? How so?
Before, the only exposure you had was MTV or the radio
or
something like that, and you couldn't put your music out unless you had enough money to afford having something pressed, whether it's cassettes, CDs, vinyl. You could not get your music out unless you had the money to get that pressed. Mm-hmm. And the more money you had, the better distribution you could get. The more money you had, that's what would get you on MTV and things like that, because they're only going to play you, right? MTV's job was to sell advertising, right? And their way of selling advertising was to get you to watch music videos. So if they're going to show music videos that people are going to turn off, then they're not selling advertising. Mm-hmm. So they're only going to take the songs that are guaranteed. Radio's the same way, right? Mm-hmm. We're only going to play the songs that we know will keep people listening, so they listen through the commercials to hear the next song.
Yeah, and see, that's where I think the way it's set up now is better because it's like, you know, especially compared to then, there are so many subgenres and styles now, and I think to just be like, oh, well, it's not this genre or these genres, so I don't care. I feel like now that just doesn't make sense because there's plenty of styles out there that if everyone heard it, they would really like it, but because it's not this genre, you know, it's like they're not going to discover on their own. And that's also where like the algorithms of stuff like Spotify and Apple Music and like YouTube and Last.fm, you know, because you could find these underrated artists, especially if you find it in unorthodox ways, you can then find these and I've been able to do it well enough to where I could find ones with less than 1,000 monthly listeners on Spotify.
That would be
some of them are fantastic. Right, exactly. So now, okay, so going back to Burgundy Jurk and the...
Well, wait a minute, but that's the thing is that's why it's easier now, is because you don't need a radio station to approve you to get played.
Nor do you need a record store to get the underrated stuff.
Right, but like I said, that's the thing is in order to do that, you needed a record label to front you the money. I mean, if you take it out of music, it's basically the record label was a bank that gave you a business loan to pay for all the stuff you needed to make your business prosper. And your business was selling T-shirts, selling CDs, and selling live shows, right? And so the record label was the bank that would pay for that, right? It's a business loan. That's why you have to pay it back. And now you can get exposure by going on Facebook, building up your following, sending them to Spotify, so that when you go on tour, 500 people show up. And you can do it all without anybody having to pay for anything because digital doesn't cost you anything. All the equipment that used to take up a whole room and cost thousands upon thousands of hundreds of millions of thousands of dollars, I'm aware of what I said, hundreds of millions of thousands of hundreds of millions of dollars, try saying that 3 times real fast, like now you could do on a computer. Right? And so now it's easier to get your stuff produced because you're not going, oh my God, we have to get $10,000 to record our record. Right? It's $2,000 to record a single. Now my friend's got a computer, he's pretty good at it. There's all kinds of AI that mix it for you, so it sounds really good. There's tons of stuff of triggers and samples and everything, so you can make... The average person can make a decent sounding record in their bedroom, right? I mean, and so then you put it on Spotify, and then if you're savvy with social media, you can get people to listen to it. So then you go on tour and you can play in front of all kinds of people and make money, right? And it's and you know you hear tons of people who are huge doing it that way. Like I think I might be wrong, but I think that's how Ed Sheeran got popular. Like he did it all himself. And then finally he was doing so good that like record labels were approaching him, going like, "Hey, let's talk."
Yeah, I know that's the case with Charlie Puth. I know he was doing it all himself until he started getting that hype after releasing "We Don't Talk Anymore." You know.
Right, and then you said you get the record label to make you the superstar versus just a really popular performer.
Right. Okay, so. Going back to Burgundy Jurk, Burgundy Jurk never has been signed, correct?
No.
Not even in the 90s with what you said about the indie label?
No, honestly, in the 90s, there was 2, maybe 3 lineups, depending on how you want to look at it. But we didn't know enough about what we were doing to say, oh yeah, we should do this. Like, it was never stable enough. The people that were in it were very important to me. Like, I'm still friends with a lot of the people that were in the band. Like, we still talk all the time.
That's cool.
They were, I've had them at my wedding and stuff like that.
Nice.
It was the thing of, we couldn't get our crap together to be a viable commodity for a record label to be interested in. And we knew that.
That's fair.
We knew that going into it, so we never even bothered, right? Like, we tried a couple of times, but based on the responses we got, we're like we wouldn't know how to make this work. And part of it, too, was, I've always had this love-hate relationship with the concept of everybody knowing who I am, right? Like, I want to play music for me. I don't know that I want to be famous, right? And I don't even know that I would be famous, but still, like, it scares me, like, oh my god, like, what happens if, like, it exploded, which...
Right.
But
I feel you there.
The reason that I kept it going was I just thought the songs that we wrote, whether I wrote or we wrote as a group or somebody else contributed, I just thought they were really good. And the thing that bothered me about it was these really amazing songs would get written and no one would ever hear them. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I feel you.
And I'm validated in the fact of I can play a song that was written in 1995 and at the shows people still go nuts for it.
Yeah.
Like they have no idea. It holds its own 30 years later.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Nobody goes, dude, that's a really dated song. Like your sound is really dated. Like I'll get
very true.
Like I'll get like, oh my god, you guys have like this retro vibe, like this 90s retro vibe. And I go, well, yeah, I would think so.
Well, also, your style is a very hardcore punk vibe, and that
it can be. It's not always. It's varied, right? There's as much indie rock. There's as much folk. There's as much metal. Like I'm a fan of music, so I just incorporate stuff, right?
Yeah, and I think
that's interesting.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the style that you have, it's something that out of that rock metal side of things, I think the style that Burgundy Jurk is, it's something that's always been, like that genre has always been consistently the same amount of attention. I feel like even through multiple decades, compared to other genres, like hardcore punk, for example, I feel like it's always been around since the 90s, but
and way back.
Yeah, right. And you'll still hear people bring up bands, like Half Heart or Comeback Kid or any of those type of hardcore punk bands, but it's never in this dominating spotlight like a metalcore band or a post-hardcore band would.
I think everything fluctuates,
Right.
It's, again,
Very true.
I mean, you look at the 90s when grunge exploded.
Yeah.
And it was, well, anything and everything grunge, that's what we got to do. And then that kind of allowed, I mean, half the bands they were calling grunge weren't really grunge.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Nirvana was a punk band. Like, they were from Seattle, they got lumped into the grunge thing, but, like, I don't know, like, if you listen to a lot of their stuff, it struck me more as, like, the punk thing, right?
Mm.
And punk is really hard to define because it's basically just anything that's not that, right? It's not this, it's not that, it's, I don't know, it's punk. Because it's like, you look at Blondie, you look at Talking Heads, you look at the Ramones, you look at the Police. Like, they were all punk back in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get bands like the Descendants, you get Nirvana, you get Green Day. Like
mm-hmm.
none of those bands sound like Fugazi, Jawbox. Like, none of those bands sound like each other.
That's
but
true.
they're all punk.
True.
But you talk about metal, and metal all has a similar feel. Now, I'm not saying it all sounds the same, because it doesn't. It
Right.
absolutely does not. And I don't want it to sound
Agreed.
like I'm saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But it has a feel, right? It has they all have a similar feel, whereas punk does not. Because you have the East Coast, you have, punk from England, you have, like, the Sex
Mm-hmm.
Pistols, right? Like, they don't sound anything like Talking Heads did when they came out, right? Psycho Killer, Anarchy in the UK. They don't sound anything like each other, but they're the same freaking genre.
So with metal, I feel like if we're talking about certain subgenres of metal, I agree in terms of I agree, but I feel like it's not true if we think of metal as a whole. Because I've realized over the years that different different continents have certain types of metal that are more relevant than each other. For example,
Right.
you know, like Europe with like death metal and black metal,
Right.
versus, you know, maybe the UK and America with metalcore would be, or thrash metal, you know.
Yeah, but they all still have a relatively similar core.
Yeah, that's true. But then, like, I also think when we're comparing subgenres, you know, bands like Metallica, Slayer, Megadeth wouldn't be the same as Nightwish, Evanescence, Camelot, or Killswitch Engage, As I Lay Dying, Bring Me the Horizon, Asking Alexandria.
No, you're right.
You know,
They're not the same.
but have that similar elements and roots.
They have a core that you go, yeah, that's metal. Like, as soon as you hear it, you go, it's metal. It might sound, like you said, it sounds completely different than something else, right? Evanescence, you're right, doesn't sound anything like Anthrax.
Right.
But at the same time, like, they have, they create the same kind of emotions, the same kind of vibe, right? It's like a dark heaviness, growling undertone. Like, there's a similarity to it. It's different, but it's like a Venn diagram. Like, everything goes off in a different, but there's like one little piece that they all overlap.
Yeah. Kind of like,
okay. Like I said, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing.
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, like, you know, like take post-hardcore, metalcore, and deathcore. Sure, they're all different tiers of heaviness, but mine is having the word core in the name. There's stuff that's consistent with them, like the melodies, the breakdowns,
the 8-string guitars,
right? The screaming, you know, but there's that level of consistency. Even though post-hardcore is a rock subgenre, where metalcore focuses more on, you know, heavy metal meets hardcore, where deathcore just takes that even further with the death metal influences on top of it. So it's like, that part's different, but then, like, when you think of, like, the breakdowns, the screaming, the dark, heavy, it's like, that's consistent. So, yeah, that makes sense.
And like I said, that's not a bad thing. It's nice to know. Like I said, I think that the thing that's at the center of that Venn diagram is the thing that attracts people. Like, that's like not the hook, but it's what metal fans like, right? It's like the whatever that is, and I don't know how to describe it exactly, but like the kind of like the dark, heavy, churning feel, you know, whether it's got tons of melodies over top of it, or if it's, you know, growling and screaming, like, there's something about that core that people like. And again, I have it in a lot of stuff that I like, and music that I write, so clearly I appreciate it, right? Because it's just like, oh, this song, you know, this song needs some grrr to it, you know. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, again, like, I think going back to the different types of music, right? You take folk. Folk has the same thing. And country has the same thing. And rock and roll has the same thing.
Right.
It all has the same thing. But the one genre of music that I think it's just, whether you want to call it alternative, whether you want to call it punk, whether you want to call it new wave, it's like the thing of, like, we don't know what to classify this as, so we're just going to put it in this element. And so I think that's the reason why I think my band falls into the punk element, is because I will write a folk song, and halfway through it will become a metal song.
Yeah.
I will write a blues song, and halfway through it'll become this kind of song. And when I write, I intentionally say, like, I want to write two different styles of song into this song, right? It's this is gonna be poppy, then we're gonna go heavy, and then we'll go back to poppy, or this will be sad, and then we'll go angry, and then we'll go sad, or whatever it is, right? Like, it'll be folky, and it'll be real simple, and then we're gonna put this really complicated, weird part right at the end, you know. And I really like telling a story that evolves throughout the song, so by the time the song is done, you're not listening to the same song you started listening to.
Yeah. All right. So, I guess the next thing I want to ask is, so what got you from living in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to Arizona, and of all the places you could have moved to, what made you pick Arizona?
Snow, Gino. Snow.
That's it? Nothing more?
Oh my God, it was the worst.
I'm sure driving in that snow in Pittsburgh, it's a pain.
Well, so for people who don't know what Pittsburgh is like, it is a very, very mountainous town.
Yes.
So there are tons of steep hills. It's a very old town. So they paved over the old horse and cart paths and turned them into streets, but really, I mean, they're wide enough. They're barely a 2-lane road at times. And people park on the sides of them. So it's very unnerving to drive down a hill that's on a 45-degree angle with cars parked on both sides, and the thing is a sheet of ice because it's been raining and snowing. And you're going, I don't know how I'm going to get down to the bottom of this hill without hitting at least 3 of these cars.
Yeah, and it's like, I remember, back when my aunt and uncle lived in Pittsburgh and I would, used to go there all the time, it would be like snowing and like having them pick us up from the airport to go to that Presco side of town. There were just all these hills going up to that Summerlin area, and there was no ramp or anything on the side. So it's like, if you were icing, you made one wrong move, you could just fall right off the cliff and die. And I'm just like, that's so scary. And it's like, Arizona, we don't have roads like that. And like, the worst we have is unpaved roads, but those aren't that common.
And when you get into the mountains, you have some twisty, turny roads.
Yeah.
Right? But again, it's like I said, it was so difficult to get around, and with doing music, like the city was so cramped, like New York or any of those other older cities, that like a lot of the gigs you'd play, like there was nowhere to park. So it was just like, oh my God, this is awful. Yeah, and so I came out here to visit a friend. My brother moved to Las Vegas, and my best friend moved to Phoenix at almost the exact same time. So I came out to visit both of them. So I flew out to Vegas, drove down to Phoenix, and then flew back from Phoenix. And I was like, oh, it's such a different culture out here, right? Because the East Coast is very go, 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 go.
All right.
Right? You got to be 15 minutes early to any appointment where you're being disrespectful. And out here, it's like, you get there when you get there. And it's a very different, much more relaxed, easygoing culture where as soon as I got here, I was like, oh, this is so much easier. Like, and so I was visiting people when we were going around, and, because people weren't always in a hurry, like they were just like, I don't know, let's stop and chat. And me, clearly this episode is so long because I'm a chatty person.
Well, no, I think
have thoughts. Gino, I have thoughts.
Well,
I like to expel them.
I mean, the reason why I'm not putting at the moment I'm not interested in putting a time limit is just because I want it to feel organic. I don't want it to feel rushed. And
Gino, we're gonna be here till midnight.
I know.
Yippee yapping, because I'm a yappy.
I mean, some of the most popular podcasters out there have like 3-hour episodes.
Yeah, those bastards.
Yeah. So, what was it about Arizona that stood out to you more than Vegas? In your opinion, did Vegas not have those elements you just said?
It did, but there was a lot more traffic. Right? Like, the Strip, it was one of those things of like, my brother had just moved out there, so everything was like a big party, right? We were going out and like, oh, this is so much fun, and this is this and this. But I was like, I know, and I was correct about this, because my brother and I haven't been to the Strip. I go up and visit him all the time, but we haven't been to the Strip in like 5 years.
Okay.
Right? Unless it's like, we have a very specific reason for going there. We're like, we don't just, let's go down to the Strip, or let's go to this casino, or let's do this. Like, it's just like, I don't want to do that. Like, we hang out, we go, sometimes we'll go hiking or whatever. But it's like, no, like, I don't want to go down there and deal with traffic, stuff like that. It's annoying. So we haven't, so unless it's like, oh yeah, we got, like, somebody gave us tickets for a show, we're going to go to a show. Like, we haven't gone, hey, want to go to the Strip tonight? Like, no.
Right.
So we haven't done that. Like, we were doing a convention thing, so we went up there to like for a convention, so obviously we had to go to the Strip. But like I said, we weren't just going there for something to do. And I knew that I would get sick of that forced fast pace, if that makes sense. Like the feeling like, oh, we gotta go party, we gotta this, we gotta that, we gotta something else. And I was like, I'm not gonna enjoy that. And then compared to in Phoenix, where I was like, people here don't give a crap about anything. Like they're just happy to be here, and they just want to have fun. And it's a much more relaxed atmosphere of like, no, we don't want to stay out late. We're getting up early tomorrow to go hiking. Like, okay, and it just, I was just like, oh, this is phenomenal. And I was just like, literally, I was sitting in the airport after my first trip out here going like, I don't want to go home. Like, I'm done. Like, I don't want to deal with the snow. I don't want to deal with the traffic. Because, say what you will about Phoenix traffic, it's 10 times better than anything in the Northeast.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not...
Especially when toll roads are involved.
Yeah, exactly, right?
I love Arizona doesn't have toll roads.
Right.
Love that.
And, with all those tiny little roads, I mean, you'd be sitting in traffic jams at 2 a.m, and like you never knew, like anything, somebody changing a tire would block the road, and so it's like you can't get home. Like it's 2 a.m, there's no traffic, but because this person's changing a tire, like you can't. There was no, like you said, there's no place to pull off the road to change the tire, so the car's like half in and half out of the lane, so everybody's got to go around them at 5 miles an hour. But because everything's 2-lane roads. Right, like everybody has to take their turn to go around the car. Yeah. Like one going this way, one going that way, and so it take you an hour to get around the car.
Yeah.
And so it was, and then you put snow on top of it. It makes it 10 times harder.
True. Yeah.
And it was just like I don't know why I'm doing this.
Yeah. So what year did you move to Arizona?
2008.
Okay. So a few years after me, I moved to Arizona in 2005.
See, that's why I was like, why am I living in Pittsburgh? I need to be where Gino's at.
So, after graduating the Art Institute of Pittsburgh, from that to the point of when you started being involved with Desert Mountain and when you ended up meeting me, what was life like in the terms of the profession that you got a degree for, minus the music aspect of it, because we just talked about that?
Oh, it was awful, Gino.
How so?
I was never so sad. No, it was fine. I graduated. The Art Institute gave me, as we talked about before, the Art Institute got me my first job. It was a crap job. I made no money. But I had a portfolio. I was able to put a portfolio, so I worked there for 8 months. Then the owner of the company died, and that was it.
Oh, that sucks.
He was a nice guy, but the company... The company was going to be shut down. I think this is why he died. Maybe he had a heart attack, maybe it was planned, I don't know. But, yeah, the boss died. The company was going to be shut down because they were doing some stuff that they shouldn't have done. I was just the art guy, I had no idea. But they had salesmen doing weird stuff. So, so everything ended, and then my boss there was not a nice person. Not the owner of the company, but my boss wasn't a nice person. So I'd already been looking for another job. So it just so happened he died, and I was offered another job like 2 weeks later. So I was like, okay, like there was no real downtime of like, what am I going to do? So I was able to get that, and then I worked there, and the pay was better. The job started out decent and evolved into something great. I loved it. I worked there for 11 years. Loved every day of it for the most part. There'd be frustrations here and there, as any job or life would do. But for the most part, I look back on it fondly. I miss the people I worked with. I still talk to them every once in a while on Facebook or something like that. But,
nice.
It was just a phenomenal job. So leaving it to come out here was a tough decision. It took me 3 years to really like, pull the trigger and actually like sell everything I had, quit the job, and move out here because, I mean, other than the snow and the traffic and stuff, like I had a good life back there. I had my own house. I had a great job that I loved. I was playing music. So it was tough, but it was just, I felt, the reason I moved was I felt I had run my course there. I had done everything I was going to do there, if that made sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I know my mom felt that way with Pittsburgh as well, for pretty similar reasons. The driving, the climate, a lot of the stuff that, a lot of the stuff you said, absolutely. So now, what was it like? How did the job environment change once you came out to Arizona?
So what? Oh my God! It got better.
Really? Like, was it a noticeable difference or not by much? Oh my
God, Gino, you're gonna kill me when I tell you this.
Really?
You're gonna kill me. So
okay.
I got out here, and I went freelance.
Okay.
Right. So I had worked out a contract with the company that I worked with in Pittsburgh, the one that I was leaving, that I would keep working for them in a freelance contractor capacity. And the deal I worked out was really good. And then I picked up other jobs along the way. And so I made so much money and worked like 3 hours a day. Like, it was amazing.
Wow.
I was able to pay a mortgage on the house that I still own because it took me like 4 years to sell it. Like, I still owned it when you met me. And then it took me almost 4 years to sell it. And had I known then what I know now, I would have turned it into an Airbnb. Because it was like right on the town. But that's, listen, had I known then like I said.
Yeah, and this was the place you lived in before, the one you're in right now, this house.
Yeah, I had a house in Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay, you're talking about the house in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
I had a house in Pittsburgh, and had I known then, I would have Airbnb'd it. I would have turned it into Airbnb.
Gotcha.
But that didn't really exist when I moved.
Yeah, because...
Oh my God, you know how much money I would have made off of that?
Oh, I bet a good amount.
But yeah, so I moved out, like I said, I moved out here, I was doing freelance, and I was just I goofed off like all day. That's why I started working at the library. But that's where I met you. Was I started volunteering at the library that was attached to your high school because I was bored. Like I was like, oh my God, I'm not doing anything productive with my time other than goofing off.
Yeah.
And so like I was doing music stuff, which I enjoyed. But like that's how I met the guy Rob, who got me in the door to volunteer at the library.
Right.
And then eventually the library was like, well, you're here so much, like, you just want a job? I was like, okay, sure. Like, I could goof off and spend money, or I could goof off and make money.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't your initial involvement with Desert Mountain, didn't that start off with Rock Rev before the library? I recall meeting you with working on that before you started working at the library.
They brought me. That was part of the thing. Was I had to be associated. If I remember correctly, I had to be associated with the library. So that's like kind of why I started volunteering. Was then because that way I could be a part of that program. So for people who don't know what that is, we had like a couple episodes of a TV show where essentially we interviewed and showcased teen bands partially from around the city. Most of it focused on that high school, like bands that were in that high school, music people in that high school, but it also kind of encompassed outside of it if need be.
Right.
And so yeah, it was this cool little TV show. Or no, it was called Sultans of Rock.
Correct. Yep.
That's what it was.
Sultans of Rock.
And so that's how we got involved.
Yeah.
And
the series initially started from me doing this video about Rock Rev. It was like a little documentary thing for DMTV. And for those of you that don't know, DMTV is the name for what the morning announcements were at Desert Mountain High School. And I've been an anchor for it. I've edited videos for it. But after that one thing, Rob had connections to this local TV station, and so that first clip became a longer episode, and then it just lasted throughout that. And then there were just episodes throughout that entire year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I directed, 3 of them? 3 of them. Okay. And then I got in trouble. The higher ups at Scottsdale Library did not appreciate the episodes I did. Which is weird, because there wasn't anything wrong with them.
Yeah.
Like everybody liked them, but for some reason, man, they put a bee in their bonnet.
Yeah.
Oy.
Yeah, so,
thus ending my relationship with the library.
Yeah. I will say, though, there was a lot of talent at that school, and...
Man, you aren't kidding.
Yeah, I mean, and knowing some of these musicians are in big places now, it's truly mind-blowing. So I know in terms of music, the most popular person I went to Desert Mountain that's pretty popular now is Alec Benjamin. I just heard someone tell me they saw him live. He opened for John Mayer, which, that's crazy. That's crazy, John Mayer. I've known John Mayer forever. Another big one is Nick Rossi, who was the lead guitarist of metal band City in the Sea. He's now the bassist for this deathcore band known as Born of Osiris. And that's crazy, because I've listened to Born of Osiris since I was in high school as well. So another one, there's this guy that I've had classes with D&TV with. His name is Adam Friedman. And I saw him on a TV show called Songland. And have you heard of that show before?
Yes.
Okay, so so for those of you guys that don't know, Songland is a show where these producers make these songs, and then they present them to a musical artist, and each episode's a different musical artist, and then the top 3 that they like, they pick those people, they work with producers to make it more like their style, and whichever one wins gets in. So Adam's submission was for the Black Eyed Peas episode, and it made it. And so on one of the recent albums, it's that song. And this is just talking music. There's been other categories too. I think the one that stands out in my mind right now is there's this guy. He graduated a year after I did. His name is Michael Longfellow, and now he's a cast member of Saturday Night Live. And right now he's still in the featured, but I think if he keeps the way he's going, he's gonna be on there. Yeah. He's gonna be on there. But when I saw his name on there, I was like, no fucking way. I was mind blown. Because first off, I didn't know that he left Arizona. So I didn't even know that.
You have to if you're gonna be on Saturday Night Live.
Well, yeah. So
they do it in New York.
Right. Yeah, so, I didn't realize he moved, I guess is the point I'm trying to say. And so just seeing that, it's just really cool.
I'm assuming you reached out to him and be like, can I borrow some money?
No.
I don't want to be...
He's
loaded now.
I mean, I'm not gonna...
That guy owes you.
He doesn't owe me anything.
Oh, he does. For the simple fact of you went to school in the same building. He owes you. Big time.
Yeah, but at the time we didn't interact too much. We just have always known each other. And I don't want to feel like, I'm going to talk to him more because now he's got a higher status.
That's exactly why you should talk to him.
I want to do it in the right taste. I don't want to...
No, you want to be as obnoxious as possible. He's got to start paying attention to you. So the only way to do that is to just be like, hey, man... We were friends growing up. Now what, you're too good for your friends? That's how you have to do it. That's what I do to all the people that I used to know that are famous now. Mm-hmm. I mean, none of them. But the few that were famous, that I thought might be famous, I harassed them on Facebook relentlessly. And I used to do it on MySpace, but that's gone. What are we supposed to... Why don't we have MySpace anymore, Gino? Why?
I mean, MySpace is still around. No one cares.
I do. I'm on there every day, updating my top 12. Every day.
I do miss MySpace,
If you were still on there, you'd be on my top 12. I'd do it right now. I would log in. I'd stop the recording to log in. What do you think of that? What do you think of that, Gino?
It's impressive.
It's impressive. You're right. Of course it's impressive.
So after... Oh, actually, before I jump to that, have you been doing anything with Desert Mountain since you weren't working at the library anymore?
Just hanging out in the parking lot, right when the school lets out.
Well, I mean,
no, I don't do that. That's creepy. I'm there in the mornings.
So,
less creepy in the mornings, Gino.
Well, weren't you still helping out with Rock Rev and stuff like that a while?
I was,
yeah.
And then they stopped doing that.
Oh, they stopped Rock Rev entirely?
Yeah, because of I don't know, there was some kind of a pandemic or something going on.
Oh, they stopped because of the pandemic.
Well, they stopped because they didn't want to do it. Once the guy who ran it was a guy named Spiesman. That was his full name, Spiesman. He ran it, and once he retired, I told him not to retire. I tried to convince him to max out his credit card so that he couldn't retire, but he was like, "No, that's not fiscally responsible." Whatever, dude. So anyway, he retired to be with his family more. And then the people who took over, they just didn't have the passion to really do it right.
Figures.
And
That's too bad.
He would come back as and kind of guest host it, but the people who were running it, they didn't have the passion because it was his project, and when you pass it to someone else, they're just naturally not going to have the same amount of passion, and then so it was kind of dwindling. Like the auditorium used to be filled with 800 people, but then when he left, they had 400 or 500 people. There were a lot of empty seats the 2 years he didn't do it. And then we were all set to do it in 2020, but they had pushed it back from we used to do it right after the New Year, so it would be mid-January. But then when he retired, they pushed it back to March. And then obviously we all know what happened in March of 2020. They were shutting everything down, so then it got canceled, and now there's been so many employee changes that nobody even knows. Yeah. I don't even think they know what it was.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about now, from principal to teacher and security guard. There's not one staff member still there now, yeah. And that's crazy, because that wasn't even the case of Art Institute. There'd be people there were a good amount of teachers that were there for over a decade, and it's I bet if the Art Institute still existed, I bet in 5 years down.
It does somewhere because I keep getting things about it.
Right? Yeah, I don't understand that. Minus maybe the financial aid. Yeah, and I think that's the thing that's interesting about Art Institute. It's very interesting to be in a reality where there are more people at my high school that seem to be shooting way higher with a higher fan base than it's been with the Art Institute so far. In terms of, not in general, but in terms of the comparison of the colleagues I've interacted with in high school and where they've gone versus college, it's in a very different place. Even the people that, even people in the video production or visual effects industry, it's just their path, the ones that went to my high school, their path has just been in a completely different spectrum than the ones at the Art Institute. I just find that really fascinating, even within the same professions and everything.
Yeah, I think education and career opportunities, from my perspective, don't necessarily go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I think
it's part of the foundation.
Yeah, but I think my education in the Art Institute, I learned a lot more outside of the Art Institute than I did in it in some ways. Mm-hmm. I think it taught me a lot about the business of art, and it helped me break down my ego from being I know what I'm doing to It doesn't matter what you're doing this for the client.
Right.
And I think it helped me really break down and have a better understanding of that. But, I mean, since I graduated, the entire industry, technology, everything has changed. So the majority of what I learned at the Art Institute is obsolete.
Yeah.
But again, I'm sure it's that way for a lot of people where, you know...
Yeah, I mean, it's already been the case for me. Like, for example, there's just certain things I learned that weren't, that are relevant. Like, for example, we learned how to make DVD menus with Adobe Encore. And now, you know, that... there hasn't been a new version of that since CS6.
Right.
And now that's years ago to a level where I couldn't even load it on this computer if I wanted to.
Right. Yeah, nobody has DVDs anymore. But again, that's the thing is I don't think that matters. Like, I don't look at that and go, oh, I wasted my time because I learned this thing. I think it was, that class was a great opportunity to learn the concepts of...
That's true, yeah.
Every step that goes along with prepping something. Like, oh, we got to make this, we got to make that, and understanding industry standards and understanding this just so that we have the concept of, right, like, I think you have a better idea of how to make a video look good on YouTube because you took classes about video and you understand, you know, refresh rates and you understand this and that and something else. And again, it's not something that people can't learn outside of the Art Institute, but I just think you had this opportunity to talk to people in the industry to help you understand things so that you were able to adapt and grow as the industry changed.
Right.
Whereas, you know, like, I know a lot of artists who couldn't hack it when everything went computers, right? Like, there was I don't know how this is, I don't know how this works.
Right, yeah, it's a whole different setup.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, especially from, you know, I mean, even comparing special effects to visual effects, just knowing all the different things you had to do to accomplish it without a computer versus all the steps you had to do with a computer.
Right. Well, and even, you know, like, now you can click a button and do a slider and increase the brightness and contrast. And before it was like you had to know all of that stuff when you were shooting it, right? You had to know.
Yeah, like finding the white balance and making sure the room was properly lit.
Right.
Both with lights that you had and maybe the natural lighting too. And
right, and when you're doing it to film or tape or whatever, you don't know what it looks like till you go back and watch it. Versus now, I mean, they have technology like how they shoot The Mandalorian, where it's literally just a giant screen. It's not a green screen. It's an actual screen that they project, or not project, but like they show live renderings on. So they use Unity and a couple other pieces of software that what you're looking at in the background, it's not rendered animation. It's live processing. So if they want to say, oh, you know what, the sunset's too red. Like, they literally just turn a knob and now the sunset is less red live in time, because instead of shooting it with a green screen and then putting it in later, they're literally shooting in front of a live animated screen because the processing power is so high that they can render it at like 24K or something, and that's the background. So they have like a couple of props, and it's because it's a wraparound screen. You know, like the lighting is authentic because it's literally the light of the animated sun lighting up the room, and you know they just put a couple of foam rocks down, and it makes it look like they're standing in the desert with, you know, mountains in the background, but the mountains are live animations that they can just adjust, not adjust it and then re-render it and okay, we'll come back tomorrow after it re-renders. Like, they can just turn a knob and the sunset changes.
Yeah.
You know, and they can replay how the clouds go, and they can do this, and oh yeah, the creature in the background, like, let's move him over 3 inches. Like, okay, there he's over, and that looks better now. Yeah. And like, they can do all of that live. And that's something that when I was going to school had to be painted in multiple layers, and you know, okay, then we have to do a puppet, and we're going to implement the puppet in, and like now it's just, oh, it's doing a computer.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, and again, like I said,
crazy.
I think that's the thing that I got the most out of the Art Institute, in a very long-winded story, is that they taught us how to adapt to new technologies as they came.
Yeah, very true. So going back to Desert Mountain, it's really a bummer to hear that Rock Rev isn't a thing anymore.
Yeah, you're shocked. You're in mourning. I can see
I'm.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a tear in his eye.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. Like, I guess, like when you factor in COVID and Mr. Spiesman retiring, from that angle, it's like, okay, well, that makes sense. But then knowing that, they haven't brought it back, and it hasn't been the same since he left. That's a bummer. Especially, given I've always thought it'd be cool if, if we ever had a high school reunion, to have some sort of Rock Rev pertain to it. Yeah. I think that'd be really cool, just to see, like, okay, if you're in a band or something, you can bring your product, and I think that'd be cool seeing some of the people get really high up in the, like, I think it'd be a whole different type of Rock Rev than what we went when I was in high school. I think that'd be really cool, but we never got a high school reunion because that would have happened in 2021, and they were restricted, and I heard
there's always 8 years from now.
Yeah, so, but I mean, hey, if I
would go to your high school reunion.
Yeah, honestly,
I wouldn't be allowed in, but I would go.
I mean, if they did do a high school reunion,
I would. They usually do.
Yeah, I would. I will totally try to see if, like, something like that music-wise. I think that would make it much more fun and interesting and very Desert Mountain.
You could just put on a show.
Well, yeah,
what do you need your high school for? Just put on a show. Let's do it, Gino.
You're
now officially a booking agent. I'm going to hire you as my booking agent.
All right,
so shows. We're going to have our first meeting live on this podcast. Gino, damn it. I need better shows. I'm sick of playing in my closet.
So, tell me about what your path has been career-wise since you have stopped working at the library, minus what we just talked about in regards to helping Mr. Spiesman with Rock Rev.
So what happened was I was doing all the freelance stuff. Mm-hmm. And then the crash came.
The 2008 crash?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it lasted about a year. Like, I worked, I was doing amazing the first year. And then 2009, 2010, I was doing good. Not amazing like I was, but I was still paying the bills and had money left over. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't like it was before. It was just like, oh man. This is incredible.
Yeah.
And then it just kept kind of going down. It was getting harder and harder to get stuff. So I got offered a job at a company in Chandler, and they were one of my clients, and they kept saying, like, oh, we want you to come work for us full time, da-da-da-da-da. And I kept saying no, because their offer wasn't good enough. Mm-hmm. And so finally they were like, okay, what does it take? So I gave them a number that I thought they were going to be like, that. But it was a number that was a very high number, but at the same time, it was like, you're asking me to give up a lot. Like, you're asking me to give up making my own hours, working from home, being flexible, working with what I want. Like, you're asking me to give up a lot. So I think that's worth something. So I threw this, like, insane number at them, expecting them to kind of scoff at it, and they were just like, oh, okay. So I was like, well, this is good. So then, I worked for them for 6 years, and then it got to the point where I had just kind of run my course there.
Yeah.
Like, I liked the people I worked with. I wasn't unhappy. It was just, I had done everything I was going to do, and now I was kind of like making PowerPoints and newsletters, and I was like, it's all easy. Right, it was all easy stuff, and I would get it done in an hour. So, like, I'd have several hours of time in between finishing one project and then getting assigned the next project, where I was like, I'm just sitting at a desk, kind of goofing off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, like, it just wasn't like you just
It was too easy. There was no challenge.
Yeah, like you wanted something more fulfilling and
Yeah.
stuff. So now, from there, that's when you started your own company and been doing that ever since, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me about your company more.
No, I won't. That's none of your goddamn business. How dare you probe so deep? Who do you think you are? No, it's no. I just went freelance again, but I wanted to work with small startups because I'd seen so many startups where I'm just like, oh, you have no idea what you're doing, and so I wanted to kind of work with them more to kind of like understand why their brand was important, type of stuff, and like you know, you have to spend more money on how your business looks to your customers than just I'll buy some letters at Home Depot and put my phone number on the side of my beat up truck.
Yeah, right.
No, you shouldn't do that. You know, that type of thing. And you know, that went really well, but then I kind of stumbled into some other stuff. So my wife and I recently started a business, and that's what we've been focusing on. And I'm working with a nonprofit as their marketing person. So I feel like I kind of stumbled into that because obviously when 2020 happened, tons of people were starting businesses, so that was great. And then tons of businesses were faltering because they were started by people who were starting businesses because they were bored. Right. Now's my opportunity to start a business, and they weren't ready. Like they weren't prepared, and so they went for 8 months, and then they all crashed and burned. So I was just like, I guess it was hard to watch, right? It was hard to watch all these people invest their life savings into something they weren't ready to do. So I was kind of like,
or put all that effort in and have it blow up in their face in some way, shape, or form.
Exactly. It was hard, and with everything else that was going on with the pandemic, you know, I mean, it was an ugly time. So when my wife and one of her friends were starting a business, I was like, you know what? I think I want to jump in on this and be the marketing person. So the three of us started this business, and so that's what we were doing now.
Okay, so tell me more about this business.
So my wife is in the medical industry, and to be in the medical industry, you have to continue your education. So they call them continuing education units, or CEUs. And so you got to get them somewhere, right? So you got to take courses. So we got accredited to give these courses, basically. Like you have to get permission through the governing bodies to be able to do them and give away the actual CEU credits. And so we did all that. So now we're selling online courses, and it's pretty good. We've been we did a course in New Orleans. We did back when everything was still virtual. We did a course in Australia.
Oh wow!
We're doing a course later in about a month in Phoenix. So, and then we're starting to do some online stuff where you don't have to fly to Phoenix to take our course. Like you can just take it online. Because the Zoom stuff worked really well, but then we're like, well, what if we had like recorded stuff that people would just watch at their leisure? So then we started writing and recording those. So we have one of those up already, and we got more in the writing process. So it's going pretty good. It's pretty exciting.
Nice, yeah, I'm sure it does. Are you putting the stuff you guys record on like Skillshare, or like what platform are you guys putting it on?
We built our own.
Okay. All right.
Built our own.
So
see that, Gino? Boom.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah, pretty smart.
This ding dong actually knows something.
So what kind of stuff in revolving around the medical field are you guys teaching others in these classes?
Well, first and foremost, how not to kill your patients. That's first and foremost. But no, we're teaching all kinds of stuff. So we have like ethics. Like the first recorded course that we did is an ethics course.
Nice.
It kind of varies. There's beginner courses, intermediate courses. Part of it's like we're trying to figure that out. You know what I mean? Because like we're writing stuff, so it's like.
So when it comes to this company, is basically the end goal just to educate people in the medical field, a plethora of different aspects revolving around the medical field, and just helping people be better at what they do for the people that are involved in the medical field?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, again, some of it is you have to take courses like this to keep your license.
Right.
So, I mean, obviously, it makes life a little bit easier because people are actively looking for these courses. Like, we don't have to sell them in the sense of like, hey, it would be great if you took these courses. It's we have people going, I need to take this course. Which one should I take? So we just have to say this is why ours is really helpful to you.
Okay.
You know, and so like they have different categories that they have to take credits in. So they have to get so many credits in this category and so many credits in this category, and you know, and obviously I'm simplifying everything because I'm not like. I'm sure people listening that aren't in the medical field don't give a rat's butt what I'm talking about. So trying to simplify it so people don't get bored. But yeah, it's like, you know, they have to take them. So they're kind of coming to us looking for, like, can we take your courses? And again, then we're getting asked to come places to give the stuff. So that's nice. You know, like, hey, would you come to our convention and do stuff? Or would you... you know, we work like if we reach out to a hospital and say, hey, we're offering this course, like that's what we did this time. Like, so we reached out to a hospital and we said, hey, we have this course, this live course that we're offering, you know, we'll give a discount to your employees. And they're like, well, yeah, they need these credits, so perfect. So it's like a 2-day course, and we go, thankfully we don't have to fly and pack. Well, one of us does, but not me. I don't have to fly anywhere, but one of our partners does. But yeah, so, you know, it's easier to negotiate because you're just like, hey, we're going to offer this to your facility. They give us a place to do it. They give us everything we need. So it's nice. It's fun.
Yeah, I bet. And I think the thing that I'm sure helps is the factor that for this company, your skill set and Jess's skill set complement each other because Jess provides the information and the revolving the medical side of things,
right,
where the stuff that would complement in the video, graphic design side of things, that's what you're able to do.
Yeah,
and then just kind of...
I do the marketing, the social media, the web stuff, and they write the courses. Because I think if I wrote the courses, we get in a lot of trouble because this guy doesn't know anything about... He doesn't know anything about the medical stuff.
Right. So now, for anyone in the medical field listening, that, you know, maybe they're listening to this and they're thinking, well, this sounds pretty useful. I feel like I could get something out of this. My question to you is, why do you think people should go for this to improve their medical profession versus maybe something else that's out there?
I'm going to give you a very biased answer on this, Gino.
Why is that?
Because
or what's that?
Listen, I believe it's the best.
Well, like, you know, what about it?
They should go to us because we're the best.
But is there anything...
And we have an angry cat.
Is there anything in particular that, like, that you think stands out with this versus other things you've seen out there?
Yeah, I think we're trying to push the level of it, right? Like the best quality, the best knowledge, the best interfaces, things like that, right? So it's like when you go to the website, it's really easy to navigate, and there's a lot of tools and things on the website, right? When you watch the courses, they're entertaining, right? It's not just like a PowerPoint and somebody over a PowerPoint, right?
Right.
Which is so many online courses in every industry are. But like these are like, you know, they have animations, they have some, you know, they're fun, there's humor in them, but they're also educational. So it's like, you know, and they're short, like we you know, they're not real long.
Now, are you still doing freelance stuff for people, or have that open to other people, or you just kind of...
Yeah, I have my long-term clients that I still do work for, but I'm not like out looking for new ones. Okay,
yeah, because the reason why I was asking is because if you were looking for clients or open to new clients, I was gonna, you know, put the word out.
This is why you're a nice person. Giving me the plug.
Yeah. So now, let's say maybe in the future you're more open to that, in covering that base. why would someone want to go to you for, to record music or graphic design or video production versus the competitors out there?
A lot of people ask me that question. They were like, why would I go to you? Because if you don't, I won't let you out of the house. No, I mean, I think all that stuff, it's all art. So it's you're going to the person that's going to make the sound the way you want it to sound. So I don't think the problem with having everybody able to do it all themselves, like when you're talking about recording, is you run it all through the same filters, plugins, AI, and it all sounds the same.
Right.
And I think the old school style, like everybody had their sound and everybody had their way of doing things and everybody had their tricks. And I think that created unique sounds, which I do think is lost because, you and I have talked numerous times about, you'll play me a band and I'll be like, that sounds just like the last band you played for me, right? Because they so heavily edit it so that, every guitar sounds the same. All the snare drum sounds the same, the kick drum sounds the same, the voice, they do so much processing to it that the voices sound the same. Because you'll be like, oh, this is a different singer on this album than this album. I'm like, I can't tell the difference.
Well, I feel like that's definitely true with some artists a lot more than others.
But it depends on where they go because it's all budget based, right?
Yeah.
If they can warrant their record label paying to have it all done the old-fashioned way, it costs a lot more, but you get a better product.
Right.
But if they can't, they're like, look, we're going to give you $5,000 or whatever it is, whatever they give them. And then they go in and everything is processed the way it's processed. They run it through the filters because it saves time mixing it.
Right.
Right? Somebody sitting there and moving faders and pushing buttons costs more than a computer just going, fine, we're going to make everything sound the same. Right? They record the drums, they run it through I forget what the name of the program is, but it basically converts it all over to drum samples, and they use the exact same samples because that's easy to mix. It takes no effort, no thought to mix it because you're basically mixing the same guitar sound, the same drum sound, so you can just run it through a template.
Yeah, I think the thing that I've noticed lately is, especially if we're talking metal, I feel like there's been more styles of mixing, particularly with deathcore as of lately, because I've noticed there have been bands where in the mixing the bass is more prominent and stronger, where it gives us heavier oomph, and not all of them are doing that, which I think is nice because it's like, okay, there's some bands that are doing that and it really amps up their sound in a way that's evolved them uniquely, whereas and there's other ones where there's the symphonic element, like Lorna Shore, for example. But then, there's bands like Amir where their current bassist just amped up their style in a very unique way. And I think it's cool to see more diversity in those aspects. And instead of deathcore being the same way it was a decade ago, because a decade ago, I feel like there was less flexibility in deathcore. There was only so much you could do until it wasn't deathcore anymore. Where now it's there's all these different styles, like that blackened symphonic vibe that Lorna Shore brings versus that more progressive chuggy type of deathcore like Born of Osiris or Darko or bands like that versus maybe how bands like Suicide Silence sounded or sounds. And it's cool to see more diversity in that aspect, not just for deathcore, but I think just every subgenre of every genre in general. I think that's what makes music so fun and so enjoyable. So, but to going back to the question with this process stuff, is the takeaway to get at that you want to take a more authentic approach to how you handle recording or making music, graphic design, and video production for someone in a way that would be different than others because of that process consistent status quo. You want to be more flexible than that. Is that basically what you're saying, or would you?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good way of saying it. I like style. Like, I like.
Right.
I don't like when everything's the same because then it's
Yeah.
boring. I like when.
Yeah.
I like imperfections when they're not sloppy, right? You know, I like inconsistencies. I like, you know, when something can have a personality.
Yeah,
You know
I agree.
what I mean? And like I said, it's when you look at any industry, right? In order to save money, the first thing that has to go is personality.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to have personality, you have to be willing to spend the money to have the personality. And so, you know, again, it's business. So I get it. Like, I completely understand the business thing. I don't want to pay an extra $1,000 just so our billboard can have a little bit more personality, or our music can have a little bit more personality. Like, I get where the record label would come from of like, we don't know that our investment on you is going to make the money back. Like, we're giving you this money, we're paying for your studio time, right? Or maybe the band's not signed and they're doing it themselves, and they're like, okay, in order to have somebody mix this for us, it's going to cost us $2,000 that we don't have.
Right.
Like, I get it, right? Because again, if they do it in their bedroom and they run it through the filters, it costs very little.
Mm-hmm.
But to go to an actual studio and to do, like, it's
pricey.
it's expensive. So I get why they wouldn't do that. I get why they may not be able to do that. I get why, but at the same time, me as a listener, I miss that.
Yeah.
You know, and so I've spent the time, way too much time, which again I understand why somebody wouldn't want to spend their entire life trying to figure out, if I turn this knob, it sounds more personable. You know, like, I get it. Like, you don't, who wants to do that unless you really, really enjoy it?
Right.
Right? Like, it's a different person who enjoys sound engineering versus who enjoys playing the drums or the guitar. Like, it doesn't, just because you like playing the drums doesn't mean you like sound engineering.
Yeah.
I like sound engineering and I like playing the drums, so like the two go hand in hand for me. But again, like, I'm not going to fault a drummer who goes, I don't want to learn how to do all this. Like, there's a filter, I can run it through, right? AI will mix it for me. Like, I set the mastering plugins to the thing and it's good enough for Spotify. What do I care?
Right.
Like, it sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, again, if it gets people going to the show and buying a T-shirt, then it's accomplished its goal.
Yeah.
Right? If it expands people's knowledge of them, if it gets the word out there, then it's done its job. So you can't sit there and say they shouldn't do it that way, it doesn't work, because it does. It's just, as an artist, I'm going, yeah, but as a business person, I get it. As an artist, I wish I want more. I want prettier colors and more paint strokes and all of that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so the last thing I want to talk about is the stuff that we've been working on lately. So
no, we're not talking about that, Gino. How dare you? You put me on the spot. I had no idea you were going to go there.
So
this is entrapment.
So, as some of you may have seen last year, I released...
a year ago?
Yeah. I released... actually, we recorded it in October of 2021. It's crazy to
What?
think
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did?
Shut up. Get out of my house, you liar.
Okay, so...
Get out.
Okay, so to have people understand what we're talking about...
Charges.
To those of you that saw the comedy shorts that we released in 2022, it was called How Anti-Vaxxers Think, and basically the whole concept was...
Gino's an anti-vaxxer, by the way. That's how we knew how they think.
Yeah, that's not true. So, just so people understand, the backstory behind it was, people, like there was all this sorts of information about the COVID vaccine at the time that, and the people that were skeptics of it were jumping to these conclusions and stuff. And so I thought at the time it would have been funny to create these scenarios that wouldn't be realistic but would sound realistic in terms of their response to it and create comedy skits for it. So my favorite one out of the four, I don't know if this is your favorite, Mike, but so Mike did the camera for it, in case you're like, I didn't hear Mike in this. Yeah, so Mike was the one doing the camera, the audio, and then...
Yeah, I was trying to stay out of view so that when the anti-vaxxers tried to kill us all, I would be safe. But no, Gino's got to throw my name in there.
Yeah, and Maddie, and then Maddie was the female lead that was acting with with me.
What?
So anyway, so my favorite episode was the first one I released, where I was making up that I was convinced that 1 + 1 = 11.
That was a good one.
Yeah, I love that one.
That was a good one.
Yeah. So you know, like, that's a topic where it's like, okay, that's something you would never hear an anti-vaxxer say, but it's like, okay, like, people could have connected it together. But
you know what? I liked them all.
Yeah, me too.
I'm trying to think of which was my favorite, and I liked them all.
I think my least favorite one is the door one, because I feel like that one was the most...
Because you hit your head like 17 times. That's why I didn't like it.
You know,
You had a TBI when you were done with it.
Yeah, the vape one is the one I've gotten the most laughs about.
That one was good.
Yeah.
That was nice. It was a nice, quick one and done.
Yeah, and but the door one, I remember someone on TikTok commented, was saying, this is insane. It's like I'm drinking liberal Kool-Aid.
Well, you were. We did. We had a big jug that said liberal Kool-Aid that we would drink out of right before we shot the thing.
Yeah, no, we didn't. That'd be
No, we
interesting.
did. See, that's the thing, is you didn't even know it. I was just handing you glasses of like purple stuff, and you were like, "Oh, this is really good grape juice," and we're like, and I turned and I was like, "Don't tell him it's liberal Kool-Aid."
Yeah.
Although you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get, because I drink a lot of like fruit punch and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get like one of those, what are they? Jugs, and I'm gonna put a thing on it that says liberal Kool-Aid and just keep it in my fridge now.
Yeah, so
the next time you come over, you're gonna forget this conversation. You'll open up the fridge like, "Hey, Mike, can I get something to drink?" "Yeah, sure." You open up the fridge, and there it'll be, liberal Kool-Aid.
Oh my god. So you know, looking back though.
Wait a minute. What did you respond to the person who said you're drinking liberal Kool-Aid?
Oh, I responded. I said that was hilarious. I actually really chuckled at that because it's like, it's interesting.
Were they being sarcastic, or did they mean it?
No, they meant it.
Oh, that's good. You reached people, Gino.
Yeah, and so...
You're a success.
So, half of me was really glad we did that, and there's this other part of me that regrets it. So let me explain why. In terms of...
Because someone said you were drinking liberal Kool-Aid.
No.
Upsetting.
No, that's not why. I promise you that's not why. So
hurt your feelings.
So, in terms...
This goes back to the other part of our conversation where you just got to get rid of them, Gino. Don't let that toxicity into your life.
You know, so the thing I don't regret is the standpoint of you, me, and Maddie sitting down, planning something, and working on something together, and doing something fun out of it. I think from that standpoint, I have no regrets whatsoever.
We got ice cream out of it, too. We did. We got ice cream.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
You got a hamburger and an ice cream cone. And I got an ice cream cone. And I think...
Forgot about that.
All in all, that's the meaning of success.
Yeah.
Success ends with an ice cream cone.
So here's the part that I regret. There's two factors.
Right,
the
what
first,
do you regret?
the
I'm
first,
fascinated by this because I don't think there is something to regret.
There is.
Ooh.
So check this out. So I've been looking at documentaries behind the scenes,
folks.
And I found out that there are keywords that social media algorithms will downplay you on.
Uh-huh.
So because the word anti-vaxxer and COVID were in the name and in description, Instagram and Facebook downplayed it. So that's why it didn't get much views.
Keywords?
Well, yeah. So I probably should have changed the name of it. One. But here's the interesting thing. On TikTok and on
Facebook. MySpace.
No.
Friendster.
So TikTok, that didn't happen. TikTok, it's like I'll still get views on it now.
Wild West. They don't care.
Where like Facebook and Instagram has just kind of gotten to the point. Okay, we're done. And honestly, I didn't put it on Twitter, but I'm considering on changing that because knowing that I could put it up and not.
Elon Musk won't let you put that on Twitter at this point.
Actually, because of Elon Musk, I can. Now, if Jack Dorsey was still the CEO, yeah, you're correct. Like it would have been labeled as misinformation, and then it would have gotten deleted.
Right. Well, because you're saying 1 + 1 is 11. That is misinformation.
Right.
You are lying to both the American and the Canadian people.
Yeah, and so I think
you're lying, Gino. 1 + 1 is 2.
Right.
Not 11.
You see, and I think the other thing about that was, it helped me realize I'm a better actor than I thought I could be.
It was pretty good.
Knowing that people were convinced I was being serious. I think that
stop.
So many people.
Stop. Who thought you... Nobody actually thought that you believed 1 + 1 is 11.
No, they were...
Get rid of those people.
They believe...
idiots.
Well, see...
Come on.
Well, upon first impression, it does make sense because many people are not math people, but their mistake...
That's a new level of not being a math person.
People's mistake was assuming I'm one of those people because I am really good at math. I'm like super good at math. And so knowing that I played someone that was the polar opposite of that and people bought it, that really says something.
Friends. Anyone who would look at you and go, yeah, I believe that you don't know that 1 + 1 = 2, they gotta go.
Well,
we're cleaning house.
I mean,
we're wiping out Gino's friends list.
I mean, Mike, keep in mind the people that are assuming this are just random people on the internet I don't know personally.
I'm just saying, Gino.
Yeah.
If we're wiping out your friends list, that's it. We're going through it, pulling them up, delete. Yeah. That's the next episode. The next time I come on, we're going through your friends list and we're deleting.
Oh, I've been
live on the air.
I'm not against it for an episode, but I mean, like I've already been doing that. I already.
I know, but we got to say the name and then be like, keep or go.
Right.
And then we debate why we should keep them or let them go, and then we either keep them or let them go.
Oh my God.
And then, but we don't tell anybody. Like we'll just write it down so they won't know until the thing goes. And then once they listen to it, then we delete them.
But I think
we'll delete them all.
Yeah, I think just the fact that so the other thing too about it that I regret is, my viewpoint on the COVID vaccine has changed since then. I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I think people.
Oh, Gino.
No, okay. So listen, the part that really bothers me that I didn't know then when we recorded it was the factor of all these stories of how the vaccine was giving certain people a bad reaction. And knowing that, like, that...
But it wasn't giving people a bad reaction.
Well, for many people it wasn't, but there was this portion...
But you could get the same bad reaction getting a flu shot.
Exactly.
You could get the
exactly.
Same, so to say,
exactly.
well, the shot was bad because people were having a bad reaction, that's standard, right? That's standard with any vaccination. And second of all, it's still better than dying on a ventilator.
Exactly, I agree. And see, that's the thing, though. But like, anyone who's had a history of those bad reactions from various vaccines and shots, not just COVID, those people would be vocal about it, and then all the social media would remove it or even ban them because it was misinformation.
But a lot of it was.
Right. Exactly.
A lot of it was.
Exactly. There was a portion that was, but there was this.
Most of it was.
Right.
Most of
it. But knowing that, I've known people personally that were in the hospital because it was a bad reaction, and then knowing that those people who actually had something happen to them, knowing that they can't be vocal about it online because it'll be labeled misinformation or even risk getting them banned. That's the part where it's kind of like, okay, that part isn't cool. The parts that were being said that weren't true, yes, I think that was where it was right, but I think that the fact checkers, especially in that 2021, especially 2021, where it's just, it was very mixed. Also, the other thing now, too...
But don't forget, I got a wife who's in the medical industry, who was on the front lines of COVID, and she will tell you everything you need to know about the vaccine. Yeah. And she will tell you how she saw everything change once the vaccine came out.
Honestly, I'd love to have her on an episode and talk a lot about that.
You should talk to her, because I'm telling you, the stuff you're saying, you're incorrect on. They're like...
I'm sorry, what part of that was I incorrect on?
The thing of, like, there were bad reactions to the vaccine.
Right. I mean, so, one of my friends, his dad got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Well,
and
that's part of it.
He ended up in the hospital for it, but
what
he's had this happen
in the hospital for?
I don't remember, but the part I was going to get at is he's had this happen with some shots and vaccines in the past. This wasn't like just exclusively.
So essentially, he had underlying conditions
that the vaccine didn't like about. Yes, I guess it essentially is kind of a takeaway of.
But is that what his doctor said? You shouldn't have gotten the vaccine.
I mean, I've
exactly. So you don't know. So you're speculating.
Yeah, that's the part I don't know. But I guess.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't say that. Oh, this happened because of the vaccine, because you don't know what had happened, because you don't know what the doctor said. It could have literally been a coincidence of he got the vaccine, a week later he was sick, and they had nothing to do with each other. But again, people are putting it together, going, he got the vaccine, he went into the hospital.
That's so true. That's very true too.
So, and that's the thing, is you're kind of piling in on that by saying, well.
Yeah, it's not so black and white. I think people are.
Because that's the thing, is you have to know what the doctor said.
Right.
Right? And again, if he had underlying health conditions, I mean, you see it all the time. Don't take this pill if you're allergic to blah, blah, blah. Don't eat grapefruit.
Exactly.
Like I injured my neck, and I couldn't take grapefruit with the medication that I needed.
Same with my anti-anxiety. Yeah, I can't take.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So to say, oh, the vaccine caused it.
That's true too. Yeah. I guess my point is that I think people need to understand more is a certain thing, like just because a certain thing works well or doesn't work well in your body, that doesn't mean that's the case for every single person out there.
That's correct.
Like I mean, and this doesn't even have to be medication. Take alcohol, for example, right? It affects everyone differently. Some could drink half a beer and be really drunk. Other people can drink 4 or 5 beers and not feel anything at all. Others are an angry drunk. Others are a depressive drunk. Others are a fun drunk. Some get hangovers really easily and be prone to barf. Others don't at all. It's like, and I think whether we're talking about a mind-altering substance, a medication, a vaccine, a shot, it's different for everyone. I think we need to accept in society that it's not so black and white in the concept of, oh, this works for you or not. That means it is for everyone. It's going to be different for everyone. I think that's kind of the takeaway I'm getting at.
But in this case, again, it the way people were going from COVID was horrific.
Yeah.
Right? It was, again, having a direct connection to what it was like in the hospitals. Mm-hmm. It was the most horrifying thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. I saw those news stories. Yeah.
But forget the news stories. The news stories, I heard what it was like to be on the floor from someone who was on the floor.
Oh, yeah, fair enough, because Jess was there, yeah.
And so that's what I mean, to say, well, maybe if the vaccine wasn't right for you, like, this was, I get it. Like, I get it, there's going to be people that, for medical reasons shouldn't take it or whatever, but when that thing came out, it stopped, it stopped the mass overflow in the hospital that people who could have been saved were dying from. Yeah. They were dying because there were too many people in the hospital. Mm-hmm. Not because what they had was terminal.
Right.
And so not only were people with COVID losing their lives, but people with the flu were losing their lives.
Mm-hmm.
People who were in a car accident were losing their lives.
Mm-hmm.
They had nothing to do with COVID, but because the doctors couldn't deal with everyone who had COVID and the car accident person, that car accident person died. And so when the vaccine came out, there weren't as many people going in with COVID. There were a lot less people going in with COVID.
Yeah.
Because even if they still got COVID, they didn't get life-threateningly sick.
Right.
And COVID presented itself in these bizarre ways of, like, you might not know you're sick, but you're still on the verge of death.
Right. And
so that's what I mean, like, to say, well, it's different. It's just different. And again, I have some immunocompromised people in my family, so it's like, if I give them the flu, they're done.
Right.
So it's like, again, it's the thing of like, I have to stay healthy so that they don't get sick.
Right.
Because if I get sick, then I can't go near them.
Yeah.
And so,
exactly.
And I think that's the thing is, you have to approach it with that mindset of, I'm not doing this for me. I didn't get the COVID shot for me. I got the COVID shot so that I could see my parents.
Right. And see, I think that's what's good about now. I feel like in 2021, when the vaccine's being first distributed, we were kind of in that phase of getting out of that 2020 mindset where it's like this random virus that's very deadly is coming out. There's no answers, and I think at that standpoint, that's where I think the vaccine was useful. And I feel like in 2021, it needed to be put out there so people can take it and be. And so we could be a normal society like we are now, or at least way more compared to 2020.
Right.
And I think the thing now that makes it easier is and I want to make this clear to anyone listening, like if you haven't gotten the COVID vaccine, I mean, I have no problem respecting people's viewpoints and that stuff. And it's like at this point, I feel like, at least in terms of the United States, I feel like we've reached that herd immunity where it's like, okay, if maybe not herd immunity, but like to a level where like I could go around to most places, not need to wear a mask and not have to worry about
getting it. But that's the vaccine. Because again, if you say, well, I respect your opinion not to get vaccinated, then we go back to, you got to wear a mask. We go back to, you got to stay indoors.
Yeah.
Because that means it's getting passed around. The reason that you can do that is because enough people got vaccinated.
Yeah. I'm sure.
And again, like, you can argue up one side and down the other about, rights and this and that. And I get the point of, like, I don't want to be forced to do something. Right. I get that. But again, it's most of that stuff is based on misinformation. Yeah. Like, it's I don't want to do it because I'm scared of it. Well, I get that. Right, I get it, but there's also a lot of misinformation that's
and that's a problem.
It's telling you things that aren't true. Like all of these people had a reaction to it when you don't know what happened. Like you don't know what happened unless you talk to the doctor and the doctor says, well, the reason that they had this reaction was blah blah blah. Yeah. Like they're not in the hospital because they had a COVID shot. Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's like that's what I'm saying is it's just. We have to be responsible to sit there and go, you're right, you don't have to do it. But at the same time, it's a dick move not to do it. Because, again, if I get COVID and I give it to one of my family members that's immunocompromised, they're gone. Right. Right? And, do I everywhere I go, do I just not go or wear a mask or this or that when I'm being told, like, no, it's safe. Like, it's safe because everybody's doing this, right? So like when I go on a plane now, like I still wear a mask because not only is it COVID, but if I get a cold, like I could kill a member of my family if I get a cold. So I wear the mask on the 5-hour plane flight. Is it comfortable? No, not really. Right. But
see, on airplanes and concerts, I still wear a mask for that exact reason.
Right.
And
but so what's the difference between wearing the mask and getting the shot?
I think the difference between
Because people say masks don't work too.
Right. For me, I think the mask is useful in the sense of not getting any airborne germs in your body. You know, I like that, knowing I'm being safe from all that. I think the only time it sucks is if, like, I'm having bad allergies and I got the mask on.
Yeah.
That could be a annoying pain in the ass. Or yeah, or like if my face is, or if it's hot and I'm feeling oily, and all right, so, but yeah, I think the main takeaway from the videos is I think we've built a foundation on working together, and I think that, you know, I have other comedy skits in mind, which we could talk about more as we're towards that point, because I have an idea for how emos think and how Italians think. I've had a few other ones too.
You have how emus think?
Emos.
They're birds.
Emos, not emus.
They're birds.
I think emu would be a challenge.
How emus think.
How
would you even know how an emu thinks? It's probably like, I'm gonna lay an egg. That's how an emu thinks.
Yeah. But yeah,
unless it's a male emu. That probably wouldn't lay an egg.
Yeah. So, yeah, I feel like when it comes to those comedy skits, along with the single that's coming out that you've been featured on and helped make, and as well as the other stuff.
You owe your entire life to me.
Yeah, I do.
Everything
and I'm very appreciative
I'm
of
involved
it.
In. Maybe I owe my entire life to you. Maybe it's I would have achieved nothing if it wasn't for Gino going, well, I feel bad for the guy. Let's let him film a video.
I think at the end of the I think at the end of the day it's a mix of both, but for different reasons,
Yeah,
you know.
True.
And you know, I think once we get more progress on those things, we'll definitely do another episode and talk about that stuff more. I guess to wrap it up, what is the best way for people to contact you and or Jess, whether it's about you know, wanting to hire you to help with a project that they're doing, or to or to be more involved in the medical stuff that you're doing with Jess?
Well, I'm not going to plug that just because we'll cut this part. Yeah, I'm not going to plug it just because I don't know how comfortable they are. I didn't talk to them about that, so I don't know if they're comfortable with it. So we'll that part of it.
Okay.
But I'll do like the music stuff.
Okay, yeah. So talk about that, and then in regards to medical stuff, I definitely want to get Jess on an episode. And so we'll just then. So if anyone is listening and is like, I'm in the medical field, I would love to be a part of learning this stuff. I'm definitely will hit up Jess and we'll put an episode for that. So stay tuned for that for a future episode. But yeah. So what's the best way people can contact you?
They could check out burgundyjurk.com, and you know it's on the social medias thingy.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, keep in mind, Jurk is spelled Jurk, not Jerk.
Yeah, that was the thing, is when you named a band in the 90s, you weren't allowed to spell it properly. That's how you seemed clever. And
yeah.
If I knew about Google back then, I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, so, well, yeah, thank you so much for taking time out to do both episodes. I think this was a great first run to go for, and I think if there's anyone that deserves it, it's you.
Oh,
and,
thanks, man.
You've been one of the most loyal people around, and I'm very glad that we're still talking and still associating with each other. It means the world to me, and that stuff means more to me as time goes on in general, so.
Thanks, bud. Same to you.
Awesome. All right, well, that's the end of that one. Stay tuned for some upcoming stuff. And once we have the new single out that Mike is featured on, he also contributed the guitar, bass, and vocals, some backup vocals to it. There's also a band that we're trying to get some progress on. So once we have more of that stuff, as well as working more on the comedy stuff, both music and videos that we want to do, I'll provide some more updates on a future episode and go from there. All right. Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, I hope you guys really enjoyed that interview, because not gonna lie, it was really fun to edit and really compare how I look at things then compared to now, and having the conversation with Mike about it, and just seeing the stuff I was just right on target with, that I still feel the same way, and the things that changed. So there's a few topics that we talked about that I want to address. The first one was at the beginning when we were talking about the rules of the podcast. You know, I was thinking about that over the past 2 years, and, you know, honestly, I think it's really going to depend on the person and the dynamic. You know, if it's someone like Mike, where there's a bit of formality, I can be a bit more goofy and funny and be less censored, you know, I'd be down for that. But then I think if I'm ever going to interview someone who is more formal, or is higher up, you know, I think I'm going to take it more seriously. But I also could see exceptions to that. You know, like maybe if someone more popular was a comedian, for example, right? I'm not just going to be serious and stern. But maybe if it's, I don't know, a CEO of a company, maybe it will be more stern. It really just depends on the person, because there's different personalities, different industries, and I, at the same time, not only want them to enjoy being comfortable on here, but I also want to do that being my best self and not molding to other people. So yeah, maybe I'll change my mind later, but that's how I feel right now. Um, if I do change my response on this later on, don't be surprised. The second thing I want to talk about is the couple times I was talking about, you know, friendship and having a social life. Um, One thing that's really changed about me now compared to then and before was I really did enjoy having a social life. I feel like that contributed to my downtime. Um, but I stand completely by what I said earlier, where um, because I had a past where I used to be relying on other people for approval and things of that nature, I had an intention of having a social life for people to wind down and to get away from their problems a little while. But I think because I had the people pleasing, codependency mentality, I agree with the statement of that loser honeypot thing. I definitely don't take that back. Um, Now it's like, while I'm still social, I'm a lot less social than I used to be. I've learned to really value having solitude and being alone, but I don't want to be to the level where I'm just avoiding everyone constantly. Um, but I also work at a job that's very draining on my social battery, which for a while that was hard to get used to, because before this current job, I really had a high social battery. Um, but hey, I'm very grateful that I realized all this now at the age of 32, um, and not at a later date or never, like I've seen some other people. Um, the thing I want to talk about next would be the Art Institute. I don't take any of what I said back. I didn't want to go into the nitty gritty of it because there was a lot of horrid stuff. There were really some toxic staff members that behind the scenes were influencing students to um, have suicidal ideations, self harm addictions, eating disorders. Some felt like they, needed certain types of drugs in order to survive some kind of classes. It was a really brutal thing to witness, and it was really hard for me to talk about even what I said back then. So if I seemed a bit hesitant, that's a bit why, but um, as of late, I took control of that because there was just some foul play going on that was very slanderous towards me. Um, I'm just going to leave it at that, but that's all I'm going to say at the moment. Um, you know, Looking back on if there was anything that I wish I could have said to Mike or asked Mike that I didn't think of at the time, I wish I would have asked Mike what advice could he give you guys for anyone that's starting out or feeling stuck. I'm surprised I didn't ask that, honestly. But I know at some point I'll have Mike on again. I have a couple ideas in mind for that. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wish I would have talked about more. I think really it was about that, and then also I wish we talked a bit more about the upcoming single that I still need to mix, and I'm hoping around the time I release this, maybe a bit after, I'll have a date released for it. But all I'm gonna say is it's called Romance on Fire, and it features Mike, as well as Zach Erfurt on guitar. I had Dean Wilson for vocals, and I contributed to some background vocals as well, and then local metal band CZYK, they did the drums. So it's really fun. I really can't wait to show it to you guys. I don't know why I didn't talk about that much in the episode. Yeah. Speaking of things that we've been working on together, I want to address. Okay, I'm gonna redo that part again. The next thing I want to address is towards the end of the episode, me and Mike were talking about the COVID vaccine and stuff because, okay, so I want to explain myself not only on the videos that we did, but also that conversation. So, starting off with the episode, so, at the time, around that 2021 era, the COVID vaccine was something that was a requirement in order to get back into work and stuff like that. And there were certain aspects and reasoning that was really bugging me at the time. And so, me, Maddie, and Mike, we came up with these 4 skits called How Anti-Vaxxer Thinks. And the 2 episodes I really liked, looking back, is the one, like I said on the podcast, where I was making this joke that 1 + 1 = 11, because we like to jump to these false narratives, and I thought that was a really funny way of doing it, especially given that I'm a huge math person, so the fact that people on TikTok and other social media platforms were like thinking, oh, this dude actually doesn't know math, like that really, I took that more as a compliment because I didn't think I was that great at acting, and the fact that it fooled people enough to thinking, oh, this is actually who I am. Yeah, no. In reality, I'm really good at math. The other one I really like was, and I'm sorry we didn't talk about this either. There was a third one where, making fun of waiting till later on to get the vaccine, and so we were. So I use SpongeBob references, like where that narrator is like, a few moments later, and doing that, and then being like, it's still too soon, and then just transitioning to my dad. That was freaking hilarious. I thought that one was very clever. Mike was the one that came up with that one. I came up with the 1 + 1 = 11. The other 2 episodes I do not like, and I've grown to really not like the other 2. The vape one, I think people don't get that, when people say, oh, vaccines alter the DNA and stuff, but so does stuff like nicotine and marijuana, like, it was hypocritical, and so that's the intention of the vape one, but I think people people didn't understand that, so it really came off the wrong way. And then the other one, which is the one we did talk about, the one where I was hitting my head, it was kind of wanting something that's there but isn't actually there, and that's what the me hitting the head on the wall was a reference on. And it's funny that someone said that comment about drinking liberal Kool-Aid. Whenever I first read that, I never heard such a comment before at the time, so I was really chuckling. And I was also shocked because I was at the time thinking more from the conservative standpoint on not wanting to understand the science and just not wanting to believe it because of the execution of the COVID vaccine being more of a liberal type deal at the time. But the part that really was changed my perspective now compared to back then, and this is the part I was trying to tell Mike, but you could tell I was more nervous at that point because I don't know, it got a little heated. Not to a level where we were like hating on each other or anything, but basically what I was trying to get at is, at the time in 2021, I think we needed to make that stuff mandatory only for the sole purpose of getting back to living a normal life again, like we are now, and like before 2020. And while I did support that being shoved down people's throats at the time for the sake of living a normal life again, I wouldn't want that to be a thing now. I think it's stupid now to, not be able to be hired somewhere because they didn't get shots and vaccines. I gotta understand maybe in certain medical jobs, but I think in general that's really pointless to do now. Back then, yes. Now, no. And so that's really the point I was trying to get at. I feel like I didn't explain that very well. The other aspect, too, that I was trying to get at is there are some people whose bodies can't handle shots and vaccines, and they have really bad side effects. And I'm not specifically talking about the COVID vaccines. I mean vaccines and shots in general. There are some people where it doesn't work with their body well, regardless of what brand or who you're getting it from, And now, is that true for everyone? No. Is that true for me? No. I've been keeping up on my flu shots and the COVID boosters and things like that, because for my body it seems to work well. But I've learned over the years I've known some people personally who had like a close relative go to the hospital because like it was triggering seizures for them, because anytime they get a shot or a vaccine, that's what happens to them. It is what it is, acting like, oh, this never happened because you've never witnessed it. That doesn't make it invalid. And that's the one aspect about the social media censorship that was bugging me. And I think it's the reason why when I talked about these videos, the top thing people say was, what, you did these videos? Why have I not noticed it? And yeah, that's just something I really feel like I needed to explain, because I could really see that being misconstrued to you guys hearing it. So, but at the end of the day, I don't regret it. It really helped me realize I can act well if I really want to, especially knowing that we had a script, but we also improvised at the same time, so it didn't feel overly hectic. But yeah. But yeah, honestly, that's really it. That's really the things I wanted to address with this one. Thank you again for watching this episode. I really hope this is something you guys enjoyed. I'm really up for some input going forward for whenever I record new episodes. And what's going to be awesome is with these 4 episodes, the bar just keeps getting higher and higher and higher. So we had Mike, someone who, had this journey of doing a lot of different things, from graphic design to music to video production, and, lived in various places. The next one that's going to be next is with Maddie Bright. Maddie's the one I did those How Anti-Vaxxer Thinks videos with. And she used to be a child actress, so that is really something I'm looking forward to showing. After that, it's my dad, who went from having an Italian restaurant to joining the army, almost going to the war in Vietnam, but last minute going to the Cold War, getting a master's in psychology, and how that led to business, and the legacy that it gave, and what advice can be given to people. Then it gets even higher with having Brandon McGill, which is the episode I'm most excited to show you guys. If you don't know, Brandon McGill is one of my favorite artists of all time. They're best known for doing nude body art, but the level of detail is just next level. Brandon is someone that already has a good following, and I do think within the next decade or two, Brandon's going to be on everyone's radar. The art is just next level. Whenever I release the episode, I'll show some examples, because, my God, the level of detail throughout the body is just stunning. It's beautiful to look at. But yeah, all 4 of these people, I think, are very talented in their own way. But I think the reputation and their journey, I think, just really stacks up even higher. We'll be cover and talk about different things too. I think that's what's going to make this podcast fun. I don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. Do the same topics, talk about the same things over and over and over again, and just have you guys be bored. I don't want you guys to feel that way. I don't want to feel that way. And especially given that these episodes are long, and I know people can be for attention spans, but hey, the way I see it, if Joe Rogan could do 3.5 hours of episodes and be the most popular podcaster in the world, I don't see why I can't, But hey, once again, thank you guys. I can't wait to show you the next episode. Have an awesome night, you guys.